today. And before we go further, Ms. Mengo, I think you should refresh your oath. Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So confirm the chair, please help me God.
Yes, we do have a new interpreter. Your full names, sir?
My full names are Aubrey Odwa Jonase. Jonase with an E at the end.
Yes, you may be seated. Thank you. Just, have you interpreted before? Just tell us a little bit more about your experience in interpreting.
Yes, Chair, I have interpreted before. I am currently interpreting, or the lead interpreter, in the matter of Senzo Meiwa at the Pretoria High Court. The principal court interpreter at the Pretoria High Court. I have also interpreted for more than 10 years at the Western Cape High Court. I also interpreted, I remember one matter where your retired brother, Justice Bashir Wegley, presided over. It was the matter of Dina Rodriguez, the murder of baby Jordan around 2006 and 2007.
So all in all, how many years experience do you have?
24 years this year, Chair.
All right, thank you. Well, what is your home language, your first language?
My home language is isiXhosa.
All right, okay, thanks. And all these years you've been interpreting from Xhosa into English and vice versa?
Afrikaans, isiZulu. That's right.
Thank you very much. Advocate Pretorius. My apologies. She was once an advocate. Advocate Skippers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Ms. Mbenenge, we are going to start where we ended off on Friday before we adjourned for the weekend. And we ended on volume 3, page 1261. If you can just turn to that page.
Sizoqala ke apho siyeke khona ngolesihlanu phambi koba nje sinqumamele impela veki ku volume 3 ikhasi ke ngu 1261.
And we have dealt with the first message, but maybe we should start with the first message on top. That's the one in the green box at 1944. The translation that we got is, "Why do you keep on deleting as if you are someone who was once in trouble?"
Xa sinoqala ke kulo umyalezo upha phezulu xa ubutolikwa utolikwe ngalendlela ukuba ngaba ke ngesingesi uyitsho ngesingesi ke umane ucimelani na ingathi ngumuntu lo wake wangena engxakini. Yes, I can see that.
Thank you. And then the respondent replied to that message of yours at 1944, laughing, haha, as well as the next one. Can we first get the translation of that message at 1944, the second one in the white box, please?
Kukho lena ke impendulo uyahleka phaya ibese ke ibhaliwe ngapha ezantsi ke ayifuna ngohlobo ibhaliwe ngalo kukho peeping toms. There are peeping toms.
Mr. Junasi, just to put you in the picture, how we dealt with it with the previous interpreters, when I ask you for the translation, you must give the translation, not the complainant, because you are that interpreter in here. So we need to get the translation first, and then I will ask the question from the complainant. So can you give us the translation of that one in 1944 in the white box?
Okay. The translation is, "There are peeping toms."
And then you replied with the 5 laughing emojis at 1945.
Wase uphendula wena ke phayana ngezambuso zivele phayana zinhlanu zihlekayo ixesha ngo1945.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And then the messages went further on regarding the deleting of the messages. The respondent replied at 1945, caution is not a bad idea, followed by the one at 1946, if you faint and your kid picks up your phone. Interpreted for
Bese
the
ke kulandela phaya ngezampendulo wena ke uzibhalele enye ke ile ka 1945 ichoyo ke ukuba ngaba ke ukuqaphela asiyonto imbi ukuba ngaba ke kuthi ke uwe okanye ke uwisiqaqa okanye ke ufeinte abantwana bakho bakuchole o abantwana bakho baze bachole okanye baphendule umnxeba wakho.
Ewe ndiyazibona ezo messages.
Yes, I see those messages.
And then it went further on where you reply to his message of, if you faint and your kid picks up your phone, you replied with 2 laughing emojis and I hear you.
Qhubeke ke umyalezo lowan okuba ngaba ke uyawa ke okanye ke uyisiqaqa baze abantwana bakho bachole okanye baphendule ke unomyayi wakho waphendula ke wena ke ngezambuso zimbini ezihlekayo wathi ndiyakuva.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that is correct.
Then, Mr. Interpreter, I see the next message, 1948, there's one word at the end of that message that we need the translation for. If you can read the whole sentence with the translation of that one, please.
Okay. And your child will be worried to learn that at some point you will encounter large nto. Okay, the translation for nto, which is something.
What did you understand by this message from the respondent?
Wena ke uye lo myalezo lona wawuva kanjani kanye yintoni owayivayo ngalo myalezo okanye ebhekiswa ngalo myalezo?
Ndiqonde okanye ndiye nda-understanda ngendlela yokuthi ngoku sethetha nge-genital part yakhe.
I understood him to be now referring to his genital part.
And the respondent followed that one up at 1948 with the monkey emoji closing his eyes, followed by 2 laughing emojis.
Wase elandelisa ke ngoba buso ke apho khona ufihle buso ngezandla kanye futhi nembuso eziyazimbini zihlekayo ixesha ingu 1948.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Which you replied to at 1948 with 5 laughing emojis.
Waphendula ke ixesha ingu 1948 uphendula ke ngembuso ezinhlanu ezihlekayo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And again the respondent replied at 1948 with the emoji of the man holding up his hands in the air, and you replied at 1948 saying good night.
Waphendula ke na ke ngalamfo ke pha uthe izandla waphendula ke wena ke ngo1948 usithi ke busuku benzolo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Why did you say good night?
Biyintoni unobangela okokuba ngaba uthi busuku benzolo?
Bendingafuna ungena kule conversation ayiqalayo okanye azama uyiqala.
I did not want to get into the conversation that he started or that he was intending to start.
If you turn to page 1262, that good night message is again there on top. Did the conversation end after you said good night?
Xa sichila ke ikhathi okanye iphepha eliyana ke uyaqhubeka ke la myalezo lo uthi ke busuku benzolo. Ingaba emveni koba ngaba uthe busuku benzolo inqoko le iye yaqhubeka okanye yaye yapheza?
Kangipheze.
It didn't stop.
The respondent replied with a word at 1948. And can we get the translation of that?
You. Oh.
And then there was a message that was deleted by the respondent.
Wasephendula ke ngalamyalezo uyu you khona ke umyalezo oqinyiweyo phaya.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that the one that's depicted on below that one, or where did you get that message that you replied to at 1949?
Ngulona ke usezantsi kwawo okanye ufumenephi okanye waye wafumanaphi wena lo mbuzo lowa okanye lampendulo leya pha ku 1949?
Uthenge kawucimi ndawuthatha kulo yena awuthumeleyo ukuze niphendule phezukwawo.
Just before he could delete it, I took it from the one that he sent, so in order for me to be able to send from that one.
Mr. Interpreter, I see there's also a causal word in that sentence, but the one which stands JP, the one on top of the green box. Can you please give us the translation of that sentence?
The word is Aiko. I will take it as Aiko.
No. The one, please send juicy pic before.
Before ulale, sorry, before you sleep.
So the respondent sent you a message, please send juicy pic before you sleep. What did you understand by that?
Indoni ke owayiqondisisayo okanye wayivayo wena ke ngalamyalezo uthi ke ndithumela ke ndicela uthumele ke le juicy pic ngaphambi kokuba ulale, wena wava ntoni kulo myalezo lo?
Ndava into bangoku ufuna mna ndimthumelele ipicture ezakonelisa yena engeyo eyangalo mhlaba ungezantsi yam.
I understood him to be requesting me to send him a pic that will satisfy him. That is now a pic of my private part.
And that reply of yours, can we get the translation of that reply at 1949?
The translation is, or the interpretation is, there is none, or there isn't any.
Then there was three messages from the respondent that was deleted. One was 1952, 1955, and 1955 again. Can you recall what those messages were about?
Kunale myalezo mithathu ke ngo-1952, 1955 no-1955 eyacinywayo. Ingaba usakhumbula uba ngaba lo myalezo leyo yayi mayelana ntoni?
Andisayikhumbuli ngokundlela apha.
No, I can't remember them now that I'm seated here.
How did you feel after this conversation on the 18th of July? How did you feel about that conversation?
Waye waziva njani ke emveni ke kwale myalezo kwale myalezo yangomhla wange 18 zika July?
Ndicela uniphindele question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How did you feel about the conversation that you had, that the JP initiated with you on the 18th of July?
Waye waziva njani ngencoko lena ke uJP awayiqalayo yangalamhla wange 18 zika July?
Ndaziva uba ilizwi lam alivakali noba ndithi hayi akandiva yena, he doesn't want to discern or ukuqonda ukuhayi wam.
I felt that my word wasn't heard, even if I say no, but he just doesn't want to understand my no.
Then only 10 days later, there was another conversation on WhatsApp. Is that correct?
Kwintsuku ezilishumi emveni koko kwaphinde kwakho enye incoko ku WhatsApp, ngaba kunjalo?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Maybe we can turn to the next page, 1263. On 28 July 2021, at 7:04, you received a message from the respondent quoting Matthew 6 verse 14. Is that correct?
Ngomhla nge-28 kuJuly 2021 ixesha ke imizuzu emine emva kwensimbi yesixhenxe kunomyalezo owawufumanayo ke wawusuka kuye ke apho khona ke acaphula kwincwadi kaMateyu isisithandathu isahluko seshumi elinesine.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Was it only the message, only the verse in the Bible, or did the respondent elaborate?
Ingaba yayisisahluko kuphela esisicatshulwe eBhayibhelini okanye ingaba umyalezo lona waye wanaba?
Umyalezo waye wanaba because esiphakathini sala paragraph yokuqala.
He elaborated on the message because in the middle of that first paragraph,
If I may refer to it, if I may highlight what I'm talking about on that script.
go ahead.
Yes.
It says, they don't deserve it, but you are not forgiving for their sake. You are forgiving for your sake. As long as you hold on to the hurt, the anger and the bitterness, it's not affecting the other person, it's affecting you.
What about that?
Ndathatha laa ndawo ndayibona uba yena ukhomenta ngale verse kuba esevile uba ndiye ndalodge complaint against the court manager.
I then took that verse and took it that now he quoted that particular verse because he had already heard that I had lodged the complaints against the court manager,
Yes.
against the court manager.
Sorry, Chair. I did alert my team that my voice is a bit strained, but we can continue. I'm not going to ask for any adjournment. I'll try my best.
Yeah, I keep on drinking some water, you know. I'm not sure I understand this. The portion that you have just read, they don't deserve, etc., etc. Is that part of the Bible?
Andikuvisisi kahle apha esisicatshulwa ugqiba kusifunda ngoku ingaba yinxalenye yeBhayibhile.
Azange ndiye in detail kula verse, mna ndiye ndayithatha njengoba yena uyongeza uongezelela lento mna ndiyenzileyo yokulodge complaint against the court manager.
I never went into detail with regards to that verse or into the Bible, but I took it that it was, for him, it was after I had lodged a grievance against the court manager that he had quoted that particular part.
So who has got a Bible here? Because I'm trying to understand whether if I read the Bible, I would find these words that you are talking about, or you are saying the portion that you have read is not there in the Bible. The respondent added that portion, indirectly referring to the court manager. You understand my question?
Apha uyawuvumbuza ngoba ke ndizamqondo bangaba ke ingaba xa ndifunda ndosiye eBhayibhelini ndizayifumana na laa ndawo leyana okanye yena waye wongeza ngenxeni yokokuba ngaba ke waye weva okokuba ngaba wena waye umangalela i-court manager.
Azange ndiye eBhayibhelini ndiyoyijonga, Chair. Mna ndathi xa ndiyifundayo ndayibona ihambelana nalento yoba mna ndilodge i-complaint or i-grievance against the court manager. I've never went and verified whether the ilavesi ikhona okanye ayikho.
I never took the Bible or read the Bible to verify whether that particular portion of verse is there. But upon reading it, to me, it then coincided with me having gone and lodged a complaint against the court manager.
So, whether that portion is there in the Bible or not, your interpretation of it is that he was referring to the dispute between you and the court manager.
Ngoko ke nokokuba ngaba ke esasicatshulwa esiya sikhona eBhayibhelini okanye asikho kodwa kuwe wayibona lanto leyana ihambelana nento yokuba ngaba wena uhambe umangalela icourt manager.
Kunjalo.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Now I understand. Thank you very much.
Then you reply to that more than an hour and a half later. You only replied with a, I can put it, it's a sad emoji. The emoji's mouth is pointed downwards with the big eyes, and the next emoji with a teardrop, and you said no comment.
Uye waphendula kanye waphendula ke wena kwisithuba esingangeyura enesiqingatha emveni koko uphendula ke ngezambuso zimbini bonakalisa ke abantu abakhathazekileyo wabhala ke wathi no comment akho nto ndinoyiphawula.
Kunjalo.
That is indeed correct.
And then he replied to you by saying, I'm just sharing my sister, not imposing anything, and you replied at 8:36, and you replied only in the afternoon, 14:45. Thank you.
Waphendula ke yena ke wathi ndiyabelana nje nawe ke dadewethu akukho nto ke ndinyanzelisayo. Waphendula ke wena kwakungo 8:36 waphendula ke wena emveni kwemini imizuzu elishumi nesihlanu phambi kwensimbi yesithathu wathi ndiyabulela.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And then on the next page, 1263 capital A, he replied to you, when you said thank you, he said most welcome, ma'am.
Waphendula ke na ke 1446 wamkelekile ntwazana.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And there was no further communication on that day, is that correct?
Ngalo mini leyo zange kuphinde kubekho ukuncokola kukhoyo. No.
Then 2 days later, there came a message through, and that's the only message on that day, according to the screenshots. The respondent sent you a message at 9:54. Thank you. On 1263A, there was only one message on 30 July 2021 that you received from the respondent at 9:54. Can you recall what this message was? It looks like a picture.
Ngomhla we-30 kuJuly 2021 ixesha ke yayimizuzu emithandathu phambi kwensimbi yeshumi ekuseni kunomyalezo omnye qha owawufumanayo. Ingabe usawukhumbula uba wawusithini na lo myalezo lo? No, I can't recall. I can't remember.
And then only on the 12th of August 2021, the respondent sent you a message again at 19:31. And Mr. Junasi, can we first get the translation, the interpretation of that one?
Thank you for. Thank you for.
Thank you for best wishes. And you replied at 19:49, you most welcome. I should reciprocate. It was really good to chat, though it was brief. Thank you so much.
Nguwo ke lo umyalezo akuthumela wona ke nge-12 ka-August 2021 ekubulela ke ngeminqweno ke emihle waphendula ke wena hayi wamkelekile ke ngatsho kuba bekukuhle ke ukuncokola noxa nje ibilithutyana elincinci okanye ke elifutshane enkosi kakhulu.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you recall what this was about? Because I don't see any chats on the messages.
Ingabe usakhumbula kusini na ukuba ngaba oku kwakungantoni ngoba ke akukho nto ndiyibonayo kwincoko.
Andisakhumbuli occasion bayingeyantoni emsebenzini. Sasikwindawo enye okanye kwi-court building A1.
Okay. I cannot remember as to what the occasion was at work, but we were the same place or the same court building.
Kodwa ngalomini uye wathetha ngendaba ye-forgiveness in person.
But on that day, he spoke about the issue of forgiveness in person.
Did he speak to you specifically, or did he address a group? What is the situation?
Ingaba wayethetha engqale ngqo kuwe okanye ke wayethetha nidibene ningabantu okanye ke niliqela?
Wayethetha nam.
No, he was specifically talking to me.
Who did you have to forgive?
Ngubani lo ekwakufanele into yokuba ngaba umxolele?
Well, let me ask you this. What was the conversation about the forgiveness about?
Mandikubuze ke ngolu hlobo incoko lena mayelana nokuxolela okanye uxolelwano yayi ngantoni?
Yayimalunga nalangxabano yam nala court manager.
It was with regards to that dispute or issue that I had with the court manager.
Is that what this messages was about on that day as well?
Ingaba ke le miyalezo lena yangalamini ke yayimayelana noko?
Ewe.
Yes.
Thank you. And if you can turn to the next page, 1263 capital B. The respondent replied to that at 1950 with a sticker of a child smiling. I don't know how to describe that, but it looks like the child is smiling.
Waphendula ke ngobubuso bubonakala ephaya bomntana oncumileyo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And you followed it up with two emojis, one with the two hands together and one with a emoji with a halo on top of the head. Is that correct?
Waseke elandelisa ke ngeza emoji zimbini enye ke ilena yezandla zimbini zidityanisiweyo enye ke ile yobabuso bune obunayo ngaphezulu enhloko.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was the only conversations according to your screenshot on that day.
Kuphela kwencoko ke leya eyayikhona ngolwasuku ngokwe screenshot sakho.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Then more than a month later, on 23 September 2021, there came another message through from the respondent where he replied to your status again. Is that correct?
Sorry, where he replied to?
Her status, her WhatsApp status.
All right. Kwisithuba ke singangenyanga emveni koko kwakungomhla we-23 kuSeptember 2021 apho aphendula khona ke ephendula ke kwi-status sakho.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you describe what you uploaded on your status?
Ungatsho okokuba ngaba ke yayintoni le owawuyibeke kwi-status sakho?
Ewe ndingachaza.
Yes, I can describe.
Yes.
Ewe.
Ndandinxibe i-football t-shirt,
I was wearing a football t-shirt,
red and black.
which was red and black.
Na t-shirt leyo ke eye team yam endiyithandayo.
And that is a t-shirt of my beloved team.
Ndabe ndihlele esitulweni kula office ndandihlala kuyo.
And I was seated on a chair in that office that I was occupying.
And you wrote the word earlier with an exclamation mark accompanying the status, is that correct?
Uphayana ke wabhala ke elagamyana u-earlier wabe ufake nolapha ulufakiweyo phaya kanye futhi ke ngaphambili.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Interpreter, can we get the translation of the reply of the respondent to that status at 1951?
Chair, can I just say the following? The word eke is just a word that confirms something. It's a confirmation. You can say indeed, you can say yes, but it's just a word that confirms.
And you replied at 1953 with a laughing emoji, the emoji giving a hug and two hands up in the air. It looks almost like praising someone or something.
Waphendula ke phaya ngo-1953 ke ngeza emojis bonakalayo phaya kubonakala ke ingathi ke kunomuntu ke omkhahlelayo ombulisayo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
No further communication on that day.
Zange kuphinde kubekho ncoko ikhoyo ngalamhla. No.
Please turn to the following page because that last message is again on top of the following page. At 1263C on 3 October 2021. At 1743, the respondent replied again to a status that you uploaded on your WhatsApp.
I-date ke ngoku yi-3 October 2021 waye waphendula ke ephendula kwi-status wena owawusibekile.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What was that status about?
I-status eso sasi ngantoni?
Ayikukutya.
It was food.
Is there a translation for the word accompanying that status of the complainant?
You mean the word?
The MKQ with an exclamation.
No, that cannot be a word. No.
What did you mean by that?
Wawuthetha ukuthini ke ngalamagama lalo MKQ?
That is an exclamation to say, I can't explain it.
It's a clicking sound in
Yes.
your throat almost.
Yes.
Was it, what food did you upload there?
Come again. What food?
What food?
Kokuphi ukutya owawubeke phaya?
Andikhumbula uba kayekho ukutya okunjani kodwa ukutya endidla ngokupheka yi-veg nenyama.
I cannot remember what kind of a food it was, but the food that I normally cook would be vegetables and meat.
Was it food that you cooked?
Yayikukutya okwakuphekwe nguwe.
Ewe kuphekwe ndim endlini.
Yes, food that I cooked at home.
And the respondent replied with the emoji with the tongue sticking out, is that correct?
Waphendula ke ngala emoji leyana ke ekhuphe ulwimi ngaphandle.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And you replied to him at 1744 with a hugging emoji.
Waphendula ke wena ngo-1744 ngale emoji le iboniswe apha.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Interpreter, can we get the translation of the next message at 1744 from the respondent?
Aske nditye lo plate, ma'am. How I wish I can eat that plate, ma'am. How I wish I can eat that plate, ma'am.
which he followed up with the following message, watch this space.
walandelisa ke wena ngalo myalezo lona ke ubhalwe apha, watch this space.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you reply to say, I don't mind cooking.
Waphendula ke wena ngelithi ke anangxaki yawupheka.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And he replied to say the evidence is clear.
Waphendula ke ngelithi ubungqina ke buzicacela.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
So was this messages only with regards to your food on that day, no other messages?
Ingabe ke le miyalezo lena yayiphathelene nokutya kwakho kuphela ngolasuku, yayingekho eminye imiyalezo? No.
Yayingokutya.
It was about the food.
About the food. Then again on 8 October 2021, in the afternoon, 14:36, the respondent replied to a status of yours to say dreams do come true. And can we get a translation of that quotation that accompanied the status of the complainant?
Can also be interpreted as an exclamation, just someone expressing something. Yeah.
Expressing something good, something bad? Can we?
It's just an expression. You cannot say whether it's good or bad.
And you also said, how did we arrive? And the next word?
The next word, tipo, which says God.
God. What was that status about?
Esiyasona istatus sasimayelana nantoni?
Andisasikhumbuli sona.
I can't remember it.
And then in the evening at 20:34, it looks like you uploaded a new status where you said legal practitioners, and can we get the translation of that?
Legal practitioners of Umtata. Can someone not make a joke with you? Or can someone not pull your leg?
And he replied to that status of yours with 2 laughing emojis. What was that status about?
Waphendula ke ngezambuso ezimbini ezihlekayo. Esiyasona istatus sasingantoni?
Yayisistikha esibhaliweyo, andisakhumbula uba sasibhalwe ntoni.
It was a sticker that had something written on it. I cannot recall as to what was written on the sticker.
And there was no further communication on that day, is that correct?
Akhange kuphinde kubekho enye incoko ke ngalamhla. No.
Thank you. If you turn to page 1264, on 9 October 2021, there was again a status of yours, and can we get the translation of the status, please?
I just want to confirm something with the witness, because I see there's an X that doesn't make sense. Go X. Okay, I just wanted to confirm, Chair, because the X doesn't make sense, so she confirms indeed that it's supposed to be a Z. Ngumntu owaziwayo lo. This is a known. Yeah, here it is underneath. It's corrected underneath. This is someone known, or this is a known person. So in other words, the X not supposed to be Z. It's supposed to be the Z, and it's corrected underneath. Page 1264, Chair.
He's on the reply from the respondent.
Right at the top.
Nkumtu, or I'm not going to pronounce it.
I first wanted to verify because the X doesn't make sense, Chair. Hence I asked, and just underneath it, it's been corrected with the Z. So now it says Ngumtu owaziwayo. This is someone known, or this is a known person.
And the words above it, can we get the translation of those words as well?
Please, bring his pic. Oh, yeah. Can you send a pic? Please bring his or, let me say, his or her pic.
What was that status about?
Esiyasona istatus sasingandoni.
Kwela xesha kwakukho i-judges interviews.
During that time, there were judges' interviews.
Kulela xesha kwakuthethwa ngosisi owayenza okanye wabuza umbuzo inguJudge Khusi ose-standing enikeza inguyothethayo.
Judge Khusi.
Yes.
It was about a lady who had asked a question, and it was at the time when Judge Khusi was speaking.
So laa mntu ndithi makuziwe nepicture yakhe ngulo wayesubmithe i-comment.
Now the
Guy.
sorry, qhubeka.
No, I'm done.
Okay, now the person whose pic I was requesting, it is the pic that a comment had been made about.
Sorry, Chair. The picture ebendiyicela i-picture yalo mntu wayefake i-comment.
Sorry, Chair, just a correction. The picture that I was requesting was the picture of the person that had made a comment or submitted a comment.
Then you replied to the respondent where he asked, this is a known person. You said she's known, and can we get the translation of the following sentence?
Kanye kula local division, precisely at that local division.
And the respondent replied at 15:53 with wow and 3 exclamation marks.
Waphendla ke nake ngela xesha u1553 ngowawulwa kanye nezampawu zintathu.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Then only again on 14 October 2021, the respondent replied again to a status of yours at 20:36. He said, tricky. What is that status of yours about?
Nge-14 ka-October ke-2021 waye waphendula ke kwi-status sakho wabhala ke igama eli alibhalileyo utricky sasingantoni i-status sakho?
Sasingecase eyayikhona eGrahamstown ngela xesha.
It was about a particular case or matter that was in Grahamstown at the time.
And then you replied to his remark of tricky. You said at 21:10, true, but, and then we need the translation of that word, please.
True, but it teaches, or it teaches you something, or it's a lesson.
And the respondent asked you, what's the lesson? And then you replied. Can we get the reply, the translation of the reply? Maybe we should turn to the next page because the whole message is depicted on the following page on top.
Okay. Can I just read? You can just read through. Ifundisa, it teaches, and then there's a word kokela, which means to be suspicious or suspect. Ukuba ebeyazile, if only he or she had known the complainant from then that from the initial one or from the first one, that there are no boundaries.
If only he or she would know the complainant.
If only he or she would have known complainant then, kwangoku, yeah, then. I'm trying to make sense in the manner in which it is written. It teaches suspect or suspense to be suspicious if only the complainant knew back then that even from the first one or the initial one. Oh, sorry, Chair, sorry. Sorry, Chair, sorry. Where did Chair stop? Ukuba ebeyazile, if complainant had known from then or back then, that from the initial one or the first one, there are no boundaries.
If I look at the translation that we initially got at page 1332,
1332, sorry.
and you can just comment on if you agree with the translation that we received there. It says, it teaches you to be suspicious if the complainant knew then that when you say yes to the first request, then there will be no boundaries for the next.
I wouldn't dispute it. I wouldn't dispute
Do
it.
you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
And then the last sentence was translated to say, anyway, one thing just led to another.
Yes. Yes.
Then the respondent replied to that remark of yours to say, spot on. And again, I wonder what prompted the laying of charges. And then there's another message at 2117 that we need the translation for, please.
Okay. Waphendula ke ngale message ethi ngo neyalandela ke ngelithi ndiyazibuza ke noba yintoni nobangela okokuba owade wanyanzelisa uba ngaba ke kude kuyomangalwa. The translation or the interpretation goes as follows. I just wanted him to just put in the head part, or I just don't have the context as to what is, but I'll just interpret it as I see it. I just wanted him to put in the head, but he went in. He also put in the shoulders.
Just explain to us what was this conversation about.
Khawusichazele ukuba lena yona incoko yayi ngantoni.
That is now your conversation as well as the respondent's conversation.
Incoko yakho kwakunye futhi nencoko yakhe ke.
Yayingale case bendithetha ngayo le i-judgment yayo yayisenziwa ngu-acting judge uNcuka Ithobi ngelo xesha.
It was with regards to that particular matter, the matter that was presided over by acting judge Ncuka Ithobi at that time. Chair, can I request? I will get back to this interpretation. I'm not happy with my interpretation. I just want to get the context, but can we get back to this interpretation? The one that was written in Isikos. I'm not happy with the interpretation that I gave. I just want to get it properly. There's this one that is just above. Sorry, below. I wonder what prompted the laying of the charges. Then the Isikos, the one that's written in Isikos, are just below. I'm not happy with the interpretation I give. Can I get back to that one, please, at a later stage?
Maybe you can refer to the other page.
Okay.
Again on 1332, there's a translation of that there.
Necessarily for the record, but for loudness. The secretariat of this tribunal, time and again, kindly comes to switch me on off. But this is not an ideal situation. The person who is chairing the situation must be arranged in such a way that the person who is chairing, his or her mic must at all times be on, so that I can intervene promptly and at the right time. So I don't know whether you shouldn't speak with the people who provide these equipments to make sure to arrange, to provide for such a basic service. Thank you. I don't know whether I should switch on, off, I don't know. By the way, I was suggesting to you that you could page to the other translation.
That's correct, Madam Chair. I am there now.
See if it finds you if you find it helpful.
Yes, Chair, it does. It does. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, now that you have seen it, what do you say about your interpretation compared to that one? Are you happy with the other one?
This is someone who has much more insight, knows what the context is. I was just interpreting based on what I see. So I fully agree with the interpretation on 1332, Chair.
All right. Thank you.
And it reads as follows: I did not want him or her to get involved that much, but he got him or herself deep in the matter.
Ifundeka ngolhlobo ke. Kuba ngaba bendingafuni ke kuba ngaba ke angene ngokupheleleyo kodwa ke wazifaka wonke yena kumbalo.
Yeah, uyifundeka kanjalo.
Yes, that is how it reads.
So this was just about a judgment that was delivered somewhere. Is that correct?
Kuke kwakumayelana nje kuphela mayelana ke nesigwebo esaye sawiswa ke kumba othile okanye kwityala elithile.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Then on 15 October 2021, there's a message that you replied to from the respondent. He wrote, I wonder what prompted the laying of charges. That was the one the previous day. at 21:16, just above, that message was there, and you replied to that one. Can we get the translation of that word, please?
Square the jealousy.
And you further replied to the message of the respondent that we just got the translation about, that I did not want him or her to get involved that much, but he got him or herself in deep in the matter. You replied with 4 laughing emojis and mourning.
Apha ke apho kusitsho khona ukuba wangafuni ke angene ngenhloko kuphela nako yena ke efaka namaxa waphendula ke wena ngezambuso zine ezihlekayo wabesithi ke molo.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you reply the next morning to those messages?
Intoni eyakubangela uba ngaba ke uphendule ngentsasa elandelayo kula miyalezo?
Bendingafuna uengage ngoba uba siyaqaphela kula message yokugqibela ibe nako ubusexual sexual comment.
I did not want to engage because if we check on the last message, it you said sexual?
Sexual comment.
Yes, it was a sexual comment, the last message. Or should I say it had an element of a sexual comment.
Please turn to the following.
Sorry.
Which is the one which you say it's a sexual comment?
Yeyiphi uthetha ngayo uthi bine sexual comment?
Kube ndifuna angene ngenhloko kuphela nako yena efaka namaxa. That is a sexual comment.
That is the message, Chair, that is just below. I wonder what prompted the laying of the charges. The one that we were discussing the issue of the interpretation about.
Thank you.
Please turn to the following page, 1266. Then the respondent replied to your message, which was translated to Judicial, and he asked you a question at 13 minutes past 7. Can we get the translation of that?
It is how, njani, how.
And then you replied to that question of him at 17 minutes past 8. And can we get the translation of that message, please?
If you do not want to be dumped, or or you are no longer, or the interest is no longer there, or the possibility that you are being told that there is someone that the other person is currently involved with.
Sorry, I see the translation on page 1333, and you can just comment if you agree with that one. If you do not want your partner to leave you, or he was no longer interested, or possibility you are told that he is seeing someone else. Do you agree?
It is just the same as I, but it's just words have been changed. It's just exactly the same. Jump.
And then the respondent replied at 16:44, too costly, and there was no further messages on that day. Is that correct?
Waphendula ke ethi ke too costly, xabisa kakhulu ke okanye ixabiso layo likhulu ke khange kube kuphinde kubekho ke ukuncokola emveni koko.
Ewe kwabakho lo message.
Yes, there was that message.
On 17 October 2021, you uploaded a status again, which the respondent replied to. Can we get the translation of that response at 5:32 in the morning?
Ayiko. There is none where I am also a part of, or there isn't any where I am also in.
What was the status that you uploaded?
Istatus esike owawusifakile phana sasisithini usasingantoni?
Yayindim Dimeno Judge Beshe.
It was myself standing with Judge Peshe.
And you replied to his question where he said there isn't any where I am also in, and you replied with a hug emoji. Is that correct?
Waphendula ke wena ke ngala emoji ke yangayo ihug.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And he replied with 2 laughing emojis.
Waphendula ke yena ke ngezambuso zimbini izihlekayo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was the context of those messages on that day.
Lowo ke yayingumxholo wezancoko okanye walancoko enani nayo ngalamhla.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Please turn to the next page, 1267. There was a message at 6:18 that morning that you received from the respondent. Can we get the translation of that message, please?
Which judges attended your mother's birthday?
Was he referring to your biological mother or your judge, as you described to us previously that you call your judges mothers or grandmothers?
Ingaba wayethetha ngomama wakho okuzalayo wena okanye ke ethetha ke ngojaji wakho njengoba ubuke wasixelela ngaphambili ke uba ngaba ke ubustini na xa ubhekisa kujaji wakho?
Wayethetha ngojaji lo ndanisebenza naye.
He was referring to the judge that I was working with.
And you replied with the names of those judges, is that correct?
Waphendula ke wena ke ubhala ke amagama ezo jaji ezo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And he said, okay, and then there's another message at 6:28 from the respondent that we need the translation of, please.
Either it's a message or it's a question, but should I buy a cake for today? It's either it's a message, I just want to show, Ditenge a cake for today. I bought a cake for today. Because there's no question mark, so it's a message. I bought a cake for today.
And he followed that up with the emoji with the 2 hands touching each other, and you replied with him to his message of I bought a cake today. You said thank you so much.
Waphendula ke wena ke ayisitsho ngokuthi usithi ke enkosi kakhulu.
Ewe ndaphendula kanjalo.
Yes, that's how I responded.
And that's the messages of 18 October 2021.
Yaba yileyo ke imiyalezo yange 18 ka October 2021.
On 21 October 2021, at 5:59, you replied to a status of the respondent. Is that correct?
Nge-21 ka October 2021 ixesha naliya ke ngumzuzu nje phambi kwensimbi yesithandathu waye waphendula ke wena kwi-status sakhe.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What was that status about?
Esa status eso sasingantoni?
Andisakhumbula uba sasingantoni na.
I can't recall what it was about,
But ndibona intloko ezininzi.
but I see many heads.
And what was the translation, or what is the translation of the message?
Oh no.
And then the respondent replied to your comment to say yeah, as well as the next message that we need the translation for, please.
Okay, nisentweni bantwana bam, that would be interpreted as you are in some trouble, my children.
You are in some trouble, my children.
My children. Yes.
Do you recall what this conversation was about?
Usayikhumbula ukuba ngaba lencoko yayingantoni?
Yayingeza status esindingasasikhumbulayo.
It was
Uba
about
sasinantoni.
Okay, it was about the status that I cannot remember now.
Thank you. Then can you turn to the next page, 1268. On 25 October 2021, you uploaded the status again, which the respondent replied to, with stating COVID-19 can never remove Africanism.
Apha ke waphendula ke ku status esitsho ke kuba iCovid lena ke ayinokususa ubuAfrika.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What was that status about?
Sasingantoni status eso?
Ndicinga uba sasingecawe, ivideo yecawe.
I think it was about a church video.
And he requested you to share that video, which you did below at 19 minutes past 8 that evening.
Wacela ke ukuba ngaba ke uyacela ke uba lo video leyo umthumelele into leyo owayenzayo ke wena ngo-2019 ixesha.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And you followed that video up with 2 messages at 2024. I don't know why it's taking long, it's coming. What were you referring to?
Waphendula ke wena ngemiyalezo emibini ke phayana uba kandazi ukuba ngaba kutheni ke ithatha ixesha elide iyeza. What were you referring to was the question? Wawuthetha ngantoni?
Ndandithetha nge-transmission ecothayo.
I was referring to the transmission that was taking time, or that was slow.
Can we get the translation of the reply from the respondent at 2024, please?
Inde, it's long.
And you replied to say 1 minute, few seconds, and then there's a few words that we need the translation of.
Sorry, there is an, I said it's long. I see now there's a question mark. Is it long? Sorry, my apologies. I only see the question mark now. Is it long? It's a question.
Thank you. And you replied to say 1 minute, few seconds, and then can we get the translation of the next words?
Maybe network on my side.
And he replied to say, oh, I understand now.
Waphendula ke ngokuthi oh ndiyayiqonda ke ngoku.
Waphendula kanjalo.
Yes, that's how we responded.
And if you turn to the next page, 1269, you replied to say almost done, and then there was a later response at 2043 from the respondent that we need the translation for, please.
Where is this mem? Yes.
But I see you did not reply to him.
And yabona ke zange umphendule. No.
4 November 2021, you again replied to a video that was uploaded on the status of the respondent at 1905. Is that correct?
1905 waye waphendula ke wena ke ku status sakhe. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And we heard previously that Jola is a clan name. Is that correct?
Sikuvile ke okungaphambili ukuba ngaba uJola sisiduko.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What was this status about?
Status is sasingandoni.
wayesejimini.
He was at the gym.
Why did you reply to his status?
Indoni eyakubangela bangaba ke uphendule kwi status sakhe.
Ndandimotivated kuba ndingumntu othanda ijim, so ndavuya xa ndimbonayo uba uyayihamba ijim.
I was motivated because I'm someone who loves the gym, and I was happy to see that he attends a gym.
And he replied to you to say laugh out loud and fat must fall. Is that correct?
Waphendula ke yena ke lol amafutha ke mawawe kamawaphele.
Waphendula kanjalo.
Yes, that's how he responded.
Chair, I see it's 11 o'clock. Is this an opportune time to take the tea adjournment?
Yes, we are adjourned for 15 minutes. You are still under oath, Ms. Mengo.
Uyakhunjuzwa ke Ms. Mengo uba usengaphansi kwesifungo.
Enkosi ndiyaqonda nje.
Thank you, I understand, Chair.
Now, I understand this mic thing works this way. They say only 4 mics can be on at any given time. 2 are being used already by the interpreter. 1 is being used by advocate skippers. Who is the 4th one? Supposed to be myself. Now, if they work that way, that's fine. I'm told the problem comes when someone else presses a 5th mic, and then there's a problem. Now, I think what we should do is we will ask counsel not to press anything. By counsel, I mean Mr. Sikakani and Advocate Barlender, not to do so. If they want to say something, they should raise their hand, and if I don't see them, say Chairperson. If I still don't hear you, say Bernard, and then I'll definitely hear you. And then Advocate Skippers will switch off. She will immediately switch off. But I'm very reluctant. I'm not going to switch off my my mic now from now onwards, and we have to work that way. Because if I keep on switching on and off, sometimes I say things assuming that my mic is on, only to find that it wasn't on. Then the lady must come running to come and switch it on, and so forth and so on. So I think that's how we are going to work. Thank you very much. I'm not switching off. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. We can then continue after the tea adjournment. We were on page 1269. On 4 November 2021, we dealt with that one. That was the conversations about the respondent going to the gym. Then on 21 November 2021, there was another message from you at 7:23. You said, Jola, again the clan name, happy Sunday. My apologies first for approaching you on WhatsApp. Will you borrow us your chambers for Goos and Jay to occupy only for next week? We'll await your reply. Thank you in advance. Regards.
Nguwo ke lo myalezo wange 21 zika November 2021.
Ewe, ko usuka kum.
Yes, it was from me.
And then if you turn to page 1270, the respondent replied to that request of yours to say why not. Good morning, and you said much obliged. Is that correct?
Waphendula ke JP xa sikhila ke ikhasi wathi uthena ngeke ke ngayenzi good morning waphendula ke nawe much obliged.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And that was the only conversation on that Sunday.
Kuphela kwenqoko leyo ke ngalacawa.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Then the next day, 22 November 2021, that's the Monday, there was a message from the respondent that you replied to say much obliged JP. Can you recall what that message was about?
Apha ke nge-22 ka November 2021 apha uphendula khona ke ngolhlobo much obliged JP. Usakhumbula uba umyalezo lowo wawuphathelene nantoni?
Ndikhumbula kancinci.
I remember a little bit.
Yes?
Ewe.
Yayi-chamber allocation.
It was a chamber allocation.
Eneligama lalo judge bendimcelela.
With the name of the judge that I was making the request on behalf of.
Then if we turn to page 1271, on the 23rd of November 2021, 4 messages came through from the respondent at 1:21 in the afternoon, and on the face of it, it looks all work related. Is that correct?
Kwathi ke nge-23 zika November 2021 nale miyalezo mine ke yasibuya kuye ke uJP nge-1321 konke yonke ke xa uyijongile ke iphathelene nomsebenzi kunjalo?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And you say thank you so much, JP, in reply.
Wabulela ke wena ke xa uphendula uthi enkosi kakhulu JP.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
If we turn to page 1272, it looks like you forwarded the weekly roll to the respondent with the request at 3:10 in the afternoon will await heads up for circulation. Is that correct?
Bala ke nomyalezo lona ke utsho ke kuba ngaba ke will wait for heads up for circulation kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And the respondent replied to say you may circulate as emanating from my desk, and then can we get the translation of that message further?
Your mother had requested that it be somebody else. That somebody else must do it.
And you replied to that message of the respondent to say, I am willing to assist where I can, JP.
Waphendula ke wathi ke ndizimisele ke ukuncedisa ke apho ndikwaziyo khona JP.
Ndiphendule kanjalo.
Yes, that's how I responded.
Can we just get the translation of the following message from the respondent at 14 minutes past 3 in the afternoon?
Thank you.
Thank you. In courses, thank you.
Ngosi, thank you. Yes.
And you replied at 16 minutes past 6 in the evening to say, JP, I'm waiting feedback from judges with regards to the names of their spouse, in brackets S, will compile once I get all the names, hopefully by tomorrow midday.
Wathumela ke wena lamyalezo ke uchoyo ke JP ukuba ngaba ke ndisalindele ke ipenduleke kubo ojudge ngokumayela okanye ngokuphathelene namagama ke abalingano amaqabane abo dawuthi ke ndikwenze oko xa ndithe amagama ndawafumana onke ngethemba kuba oko ngenzeka ke emva kwemini ngomso.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
So am I correct to say that on the 23rd of November 2021, it was only work-related messages that came through and went that you replied to?
Ndabe ke ndikhanile xa ndisithi ke ngalamhla wange-23 kaNovember 2021 incoko okanye imiyalezo leyana ke yayiphathelene nomsebenzi qha.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Please turn to page 1273. On 4 December 2021, there was again a status of yours that the respondent replied to. Can we get the translation of the response, please?
The one that starts with O. Okay. Oh, man.
What was that status about?
Sasingandoni status eso.
Picture leyana endandiyithathe ngexesha yayi birthday yala judge ndandisebenza nayo.
It was a picture that I had taken on the birthday of the judge that I was working with.
Kunye no secretary wakhe owayengaphambili koba mna ndifike.
Together with the judge's previous secretary. In other words, the secretary that worked with the judge before I arrived.
I see that's the only message on that day.
Ngibona kuphela komyalezo ke ngalamhla.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Then on the 23rd of December 2021, there was a status again uploaded by you that the respondent replied to at 16:56 with the emoji wearing sunglasses. What was that status of yours about? Can you recall?
Esi status sakho sasikhumbula ba sasingantoni esike waphendula ngolhlobo kuso esi sinobubuso bufake i-shades.
Andisikhumbuli.
No, I can't recall.
You did not reply to that.
Zangiphendule.
Sandiphendula.
No, I didn't.
Then on 27 January 2022, the following year, you uploaded a status, which is a photo, and the respondent asked at 19:05, who is this?
Kune status ke owasifakayo ke ngo1905 wabe sebuza ke ngoba ngaba ke ngubani lo.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What is that status about?
Singantoni ese status?
Ndim ndandisifotile kuba ndandisanda kwenza ithathu qha yayiseyipholile.
It's myself. I had taken a picture of myself because I had just had a tattoo done, but it was now already healed.
And you replied to say, it's me.
Waphendula ke wena wathi ndim.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
So your face is not on the photo.
Ubuso bakho abukho kwifoto leya.
Bukho ithathu esemqolo.
No, it's not there. It's only the tattoo that is on my back.
And then the translation of the next message at 7:06 in the evening.
Suka, buzz off.
And your reply at 7:07 that evening? Can we get the translation of that?
Truly.
Truly. Thank you. If we turn to the following page, your truly message was followed by a response from the respondent with the emoji, which I call is a thinking emoji with a hand underneath its mouth with a forefinger and thumb spread out. And then there's a message from the respondent also following that one at 2023. If we can get the translation of that one, please.
Okay. Yalandelwa ke impendulo yakho ila emoji leya inobabuso obubekeke iminwe phayana. If ibinokwehlela, if it was to happen to you. Oh, sorry. If ibinokwehlela, if it was to go further down.
If it was to go further down.
Yes.
And the following message, can we get that translation, please?
And for the face to appear.
That's kuvele ubuso.
Kuvele ubuso, for the face to appear.
And you replied with the 5 laughing emojis.
Waphendula ke ngezambuso zinhlanu zihlekayo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And the respondent replied to that with the 2 eyes wide open at 2027.
Waphendula ke ixesha ngo-2027 yena ke ngalamehlo ke mabini avulekileyo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
All right, then the next day, at 28 January 2022, the respondent forwarded a TikTok video to you at 3 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Nge-28 January 2022 ixesha ke imizuzu eyi-16 emva kwentsimbi yesithathu emva kwemini wakuthumela ke la nto ka-TikTok.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you recall what that TikTok video was about?
Usayikhumbula uba la video ka-TikTok yayingantoni?
Azange ndijonge noyijonga ndandingekabi nayo no-TikTok ngelaa xesha.
No, I did not even look at it. At that time, I did not even have TikTok.
Can we get the translation of the respondent's message at 16:23, please?
They are being silly here / naughty. Kuyagezwa apha,
They have been silly.
They are being silly or / naughty.
And you replied to him 5:03 that afternoon to say, sorry, I was busy, I'll check now.
Waphendula ke wena ngeli xesha imizuzu emithathu emva kwentsimbi yesihlanu.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you check?
Wajonga?
Andikhumbuli uba ndajonga kodwa ndandingenayo i-account ka-TikTok andisakhumbuli.
I can't remember whether I checked, but I know that I did not have a TikTok account.
Thank you. Then if you turn to page 1275, he replied to your message to say, I'll check now. He replied to that one the next morning, 6:14 to say, okay, is that correct?
Waphendula ke apha wathi ke okay.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Then on 5 February 2022, there was a status uploaded by you. Can we get the translation of that inscription of the status, please?
Kanti sizawude singene nasebuhlanti, yes. We will end up going into the crawl, you know. We'll end up, see some don't get it, we'll end up going into the crawl. K-R-A-A-L.
What was that status about?
Sasi ngandoni esa status.
Kula period kwakukho i-outbreak yokusweleka kwabakhwetha.
During that time, there was an outbreak of initiates dying.
So kwathetha abantu abangomama kula press conference.
So at that press conference, it was females that ended up now having a word or talking.
And the respondent replied to that status of yours with a laugh out loud abbreviation, is that correct?
Waphendula ke yena ngolol kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And on this screenshot, there's no further communication on that day, is that correct?
Kwesa screenshot akho ncoko ikhoyo ke kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Then on 18 February 2022, the respondent replied to a status of yours at 8:03 that evening, just replying with a dot. What was that status of yours about?
Waphendula ke ephendula phayana ke ngedot phaya kulamzuzu eyi-3 emva ko-8 esa istatus sona sasingantoni.
Yayisesomntu oseleyo okujayivayo.
It was of a person who had consumed alcohol who was dancing.
And you replied with that emoji with a crazy type of face and the tongue sticking out. Can we get the translation of the next message from the respondent at 8:12?
What's happening kwenzakalani?
And that is the last message that we have from the screenshots.
Ngumyalezo wokugqibela ke esinawo lwana ke ukusuka kwi-screenshots.
Bona kanjalo.
Yes, that's how it appears.
There were, in your initial complaint, there are other screenshots that you attached to your complaint that's not part of this bundle. Do you agree with that?
Ekuqaleni kwakho ukumangala zikhona ke ezinye i-screenshots ezingasiyo nxalenye yale bundle esinayo apha. Uyavuma?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, can I please take you to volume 1? So that we can deal with those screenshots. Can I just ask you why, do you know why those messages are not part of this messages that was found now by the expert on your phone?
Ingaba uyazi na ubangaba kutheni ubangaba ke ezo message ezo zingekho kanye zingeyonxalenye yezi message ezi ke kule bundle lena kusanda usetshenzwa ngayo ngoku kanye ezi ziye zafunyanwa ke yingcaphephe le.
Ndicela undise kwiphepha elibonisa ezo messages ndikhumbule.
Can you please take me to that particular page that points or that shows those messages so I'll be able to remember?
All right,
Or to recall.
Let's deal with those. If you-
Where are they from? Volume? Which volume?
Volume 1.
Page?
Let's start with page 47. That was marked as K8 during your initial complaint.
Kwisimangalo sakho ke seqaleni yaphawulwa na njengo K8.
Ndiyayibona.
Yes, I can see it.
What is depicted there on page 8? I see it's a photograph.
On
On page 46, that was K8,
46 or 47?
47, sorry,
Okay.
apologies.
Indoni ke le ekule photo lena u47 emphawulo njengo K8.
I-picture ye-private part leya.
That's a picture of a private part.
What is the context of this picture that you attached to your complaint?
Yayindoni ke umxholo wefoto lena owathi wayifaka nanjengenxalenye kwisimangalo sakho.
Yayiyenye ye-pictures endandizifumene ku-Judge President.
It was one of the pictures that I had received from the Judge President.
This picture, is it in a screenshot or was it a photo in your gallery on your phone that you uploaded?
Ingaba le photo lena ke si screenshot okanye ke ifoto eyayi kwinxalenye okanye ke eyayi kwigallery efonini yakho.
Yayisi-screenshot.
It was a screenshot.
Do you know why it's not part of the bundle that the expert got on your phone?
Ingaba unalo na ulwazi okokuba ngaba kutheni na yayingeyonxalenye ye bundle lena ingcaphephe lena ke eyathi yayifumana kwifonini yakho?
Yenye yeza pictures yayideletekile. Mna ndathatha i-screenshot ndayithumela kwi-colleague yam kuba ndandifuna andigcinele yona.
It's one of the pictures that got deleted, but I took a screenshot and forwarded it to my colleague in order for the colleague to keep it for me.
Why did you do that?
Yintoni eyakubanga ba wenze lonto leyo?
Ebese ngoku ecima oko xa ethumela i-message and xa eyicima uthi delete for everyone iyasuka ke ngoku igallery xa ecimile.
It was now at the time when he was deleting now everything, and it was where you would say delete for everyone, and once deleted, it is now removed from the gallery.
But we just need to understand, you said that you made a screenshot. So if he deletes the message, will the screenshot also be deleted?
And uthi ke wenza i-screenshot ingaba ke ngoku xa eyicima ingaba ke naso i-screenshot wena wenza i-screenshot ingaba nayo ibiba deleted okanye icimeka nayo i-screenshot?
Akumelezekanga uba siyacima.
It's not supposed to be deleted.
Then that's why I asked the question, why did you forward it to someone else as well?
Yilonto ke ndiye ndakubuza umbuzo othi yintoni eyakubangela bangaba uyithumele komnye umuntu?
Ndandiyenzela uba andigcinele.
I did it for the purposes so that that person keeps it for me.
And yayikukumazisa naye uba nansi into indehlele.
It was also to inform that person that here is something befalling me or happening to me.
Who is this person?
Ngubani lo muntu lowo?
Umntu oqale ndathetha naye yaba nguMiss Kona, the late.
The first person that I spoke to was the late Miss Kona.
No. They're not asking you who you spoke to. They say, to whom did you send this picture?
Ngubani umuntu owayithumela kuye?
Ndayithumela kwi-colleague yam engasekhoyo.
I sent it to my late colleague, or the colleague that has since passed on.
Did you send it to someone else as well?
Ukhona ongomnye umuntu owayithumela kuye?
Ewe ukhona.
Yes, there is.
Who?
Ngubani?
Icolleague yethu nayo esebhayi ngoku.
It's also a colleague of ours who is now in Port Elizabeth.
Igama lakhe nguBrenda.
Her name is, sorry, Brenda.
Brenda Jobela Brenda Nguta Jobela.
Her name is Brenda Jobela Nguta.
Nguta Jobela.
Nguta Jobela.
So the only reason was for safekeeping, according to you,
Najoma uthi ke esona sizathu yayikokuba ngaba igcinwe
and to inform them that something happened to you.
nokubaxelela bangaba ke nansi into ikwehlela.
Ewe zombini ezo zizathu.
Yes, both those reasons.
Did you go into details of what happened to you or not?
Ingaba waye wanaba kusini na ukuba ngaba ke intoni le ikwehlelayo?
Ndinabile kule colleague yokuqala ingasekhoyo.
I did go into detail that is now with the first colleague, the colleague that has since passed away.
And with Brenda?
uBrenda yena?
Andinabanga kuye okokuqala ngoku ndiyithumelayo.
I did not go into detail the first time when I sent it.
When did you go into details?
Wanaba nini kanye ngaliphi lixa?
Ndanaba xa ebuzisisisa uba ngubani lowo uthumelele nto kum watsho emenshina kwenye yezo messages igama lika Judge President okanye surname yakhe.
I went into detail when she was now asking, and in other words, asking me, and in one as to who is this who was sending this, and in one of those messages where she also mentioned the name of the Judge President.
Was she the first, except for the late colleague of yours, was she the first person that you told what happened?
Ngaphandle kwalena icolleague ingasekhoyo, ingaba ke ngokuyena waba ngumuntu oqala wamxelelayo ukuba ngaba kwenzeka ntoni?
Andisakhumbula uba wayengowokuqala ukuqala ngoba in between ukhona no judge endamxelelayo qha istage endamxelela ngaso la judge andisikhumbuli.
I cannot say or cannot tell whether she was the very first person, because in between there was also a judge that I informed, but I cannot recall, or I do not recall as to which stage did I inform the judge.
Who is this judge?
Ngubani uJudge lowo?
NguJudge Majiki.
Judge Majiki.
Majiki KI.
Sorry, Majiki.
What did you tell Brenda what happened?
Yintoni owayixelela uBrenda uba kwenzeka ntoni?
Ndiqale ndathatha i-screenshot sala ncoko yam nala late colleague.
Okay. I first took a screenshot of that conversation of mine with the late colleague.
Ndayibeka apha kule ncoko yam no Brenda kuba ndifuna abone ukuba bendincokole nomnye umuntu ngalento.
And placed it in my conversation with Brenda so that she is able to see that there is someone else that I had a conversation with about this.
Wabe naye lo mntu bendicokola naye eqinisekisa lento mna ndiyifumene uba naye ebeke wayifumana.
And this person was also confirming that this person had also received the very same thing that I received.
I'm asking you, what did you tell Brenda? What happened to you?
Ndibuza uba ngaba yintoni okanye wathini xa uxelela uBrenda uba kwenzeka ntoni kuwe? Yintoni wamxelela yona uBrenda? Wathini xa umxelela?
ndithathele ncoko ndabe sendimxelela uba ndicela ufunde apho.
I took this conversation. I then told her, please read there.
Yes.
Ewe?
Yena uphendule ngokuthi akaboni kakuhle ndathi makafake izpecs ayijongisise.
She responded by saying she can't see clearly. I then requested her to put on her glasses and have a proper look at it.
Utsho ebuza ke uba ngubani lo ukuthumelela lento nguMbenenge na.
She then
Ebizifani ka respondent.
She then asked me, who sent you this? Is it Mbenenge? She mentioned the respondent's surname.
Watsho egqibezela ke ngelithi nguye umntu esimaziyo othumela ezi zinto ebantwini.
She then finished off by saying, he is the person that we know who sends these to people.
What did you say? What did you say?
Wathini wena?
She asked you, is this Mbenenge? What did you reply?
Xa kubuzwa yena uba ingaba nguMbenenge nalo waphendula ngelithini wena?
Ndaphendula nge-emojis hlekayo.
I responded with laughing emojis.
Is that all that you responded to?
Kwaba kuphela kokuphendula kwakho oko.
Kwaba kuphela kophendula kwam kodwa incoko yam nayo uBrenda yaqhubekeka ngoba abatata betshatile abazoyika izinto.
That was the only response, but my conversation with Brenda went on to say that as much as these gentlemen or these dads are married, but they are not scared to get into things.
Aboyiki nophelelwa yicareer.
They are also not scared of having their careers ending or coming to an end.
All right. So that was the only report that you made. Was you sent the photo, and she asked you, is it Mbenenge, and you replied with the laughing emojis.
Kwaba phelela apho wamthumela wabuza yena nguMbenenge waphendula wena ngeza emojis ihlekayo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Then if you turn to page 51 on volume 1. There's also a message there, and that was marked K12 in your initial complaint. There's a page that was screenshot. K12, page 51.
Ewe.
Yes.
Just a minute. Yes.
Thank you. This page is also not in the bundle that we dealt with over the last week and this morning. Is that correct?
El paper okanye elikhasi eli ke aliyo nxalenye yale bundle lena ke besisebenza ngayo kule veki ipheleyo ukuzotshona ngalentsasa yanamhlanje.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any response to why it is not part of what was found by the expert when he dealt with your phone now, recently?
Ingaba unesizathu kanti uyazi na ubangaba ke kutheni ne ubangaba ingazange ifumaneke yona xa ingaphephe lena ke yayifumana ke phaya kwifoni yakho uba lena yona ipage kwakutheni ngazange ayifumane?
Impendulo yami kwafana nalo mfanekiso sigqibo thetha ngawo.
My response is the same as the picture that we had just spoken about.
Njengokuba bendithathe i-screenshot ndayithumela echomini yam okanye kwi-colleague.
Just as I said that I took a screenshot and sent it to my friend or a colleague.
For safekeeping.
Do you know why it's not, that conversation is not part of the conversation that was found by the expert on your phone?
Uyayazi na uba kutheni na uba le ncoko lena ke kutheni ngazange ifunyanwe yi-expert kanye ke ingaphephe phaya efonini yakho?
Andiyazi.
No, I don't know.
All right. Maybe we can get the translation of the top message.
I just want to understand. I understand her to be saying this photo and the previous one possibly. If I understand the way you lead evidence. According to you, they were not found in her cell phone by the expert.
The ones that the expert found. Sorry. The ones that was found by the expert, the screenshots that were found in her gallery was the ones that we dealt with over the past few days. That was found on her phone's gallery, the screenshots. But these ones are not part of it. Let me just first ask her, the conversation depicted on this K12, who are the parties talking to each other?
Apha kulo K12 ngobani apha bancokola apha?
Team, not Judge President.
It's myself and the Judge President.
And these messages are part of a conversation you had apparently on a day as well as on the 28th of June 2022.
Can you repeat that?
28 June 2022, I don't know what the previous date is because it's not reflected on this picture.
Can you just repeat the question, sir?
This conversation between yourself and the respondent is a conversation you had on a day without a date that we don't know, as well as 28 June 2022.
Okay. The ncoko lena ke ibonakala apha ke idate ke esingayaziyo ke incoko owawunayo ke kwakunye futhi ke nange 28 zika June 2022.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And the last message that the expert found on your phone on the screenshots were 18 February 2022.
Futhi ke imessage kanye umyalezo wokugqibela ke owafunyanwa yiyo ke expert onye ke ingaphephe kwi screenshots yayinge 18 ka February 2022.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know why these messages are not part of the screenshots that the expert found on your phone? Because this is also a screenshot.
Unalo kusini na ulwazi lokuba ngaba ke le miyalezo yona ke okanye lena ke incoko kutheni yona ke ingafumanekanga okanye ingafunyanwanga ingcaphephe phaya kwi screenshots eziya ngoba nayo ikwazizo I screenshots?
Andinalwazi.
No, I have no knowledge.
Thank you.
Advocate Skippers, I'm afraid now I understand you even less than I thought I did. The page 47 that we dealt with earlier on, my understanding was that that picture was not found in the complainant's
That's
gallery.
correct. Yes, that's correct.
Which is why it was not bundled together in the previous bundle.
That's correct.
Where does it come from?
In her
Where did it
initial
come from?
complaint. It's from her initial complaint that she attached to her initial complaint. That is why it's in volume 1. She used it as part of her complaint at the JCC.
They were attached.
They were attached.
As coming from where?
The complainant. The complainant, it
Cell
was
phone.
part of her complaint.
Yes, but they were attached there because they had been found in a cell phone. Or what?
She attached it as part of her complaint. She's testified now that that was part of the messages that she received from the respondent, and that is why she attached it to her complaint, because she received it on her phone, but it's not currently on her phone. The expert did not find it now when he downloaded it.
Was there a time when she downloaded them herself?
That you download the messages yourself at a stage?
Ngaba kwesithuba esi ingaba ke i-message ezi was-downloada ngokunokwakho.
Ndizidownloade efowunini yam, ndicela undicacisele.
If you can just explain it, downloading them from my phone.
Yes.
Ewe.
Yayi ndima wayesenza i-screenshot ngeli xesha ndenza okanye ndikhompayila i-complaint bendingekabi nawo abameli ngelaa xesha.
It was myself who was doing the screenshots at that time when I was lodging the complaint. At the time, I did not have legal representatives.
All right, let's go ahead. I hope I'll understand better as we go along. Thank you.
So this K12 that we are dealing with now was also part of your initial complaint.
K12 lona sijongene naye ngoku naye ke wayeyinxalenye yesimangalo sakho sokuqala.
Ewe, kunjalo.
Yes.
Page 51. And that is also a screenshot that you took, you testified, you took a screenshot of the conversation between yourself and the respondent.
Uchilo ke ukuba nalapho ke yesi screenshot esi sencoko yakho kunye naye respondent.
Ewe, kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And attach it as part of your complaint.
Wayidibanisa ke na yayinxalenye yokumangala kwakho.
Ewe, kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And you agree that it's not part of the bundle that we dealt with over the past few days.
Uyavuma ukuba ngaba asiyonxalenye yalo umqulu lona besisebenza ngawo kwezi ntsuku zidlulileyo.
Ewe, ngoba yikho.
Yes, because it's not there.
So currently it's not on your phone. Is that correct?
Kungoku njena ayikho kwifoni yakho.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Do you know why?
Uyasazi isizathu?
Andisazi.
No, I don't.
Can we perhaps get the translation of the first word on top of that page if we turn it landscape? Uyanya?
Chair, can I please get some guidance here? And this is like in a very derogatory or insulting word. Should I just say it as is, or? It's close a word that is an insult or derogatory. So I'm just asking for guidance. Should I just say it as is, or?
Yeah, you just interpret as it is.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Uyanya, I'll just say that is. It's Uyanya. You are shitting.
Can you recall what you were replying to? Because that is not on this page.
Usakhumbula okokuba ngaba yintoni le owawuphendula kuyo apha ngoba ayikho kule page.
Ewe, ndisakhumbula.
Yes, I can still recall.
Yes? What were you replying to?
Wawuphendule ntweni?
Ndandiphendula kulaa picture wayeyithumele.
I was responding to the picture that he had sent.
Which picture?
APE picture?
Leya besi-refere kuyo page 47.
The one that we were making, we were referring to on page 47.
the private part photo that we just dealt with.
Le yelungu langasese.
Ewe yona.
Yes, that one.
And can we get the translation of the response by the respondent at 9:06?
Okay. As soon as I'm done urinating.
What did you understand by that?
Apha wawuvis okanye wawuyintoni le wawuyiva ngalo myalezo okanye?
Umxholo yayinto ebhekiselele kwilungu langasese, so ugqiba kwam uchama urefera xa egqiba like after I've ejaculated.
Okay. The context was with regards to a private part. So now when he says ugqiba kwam uchama, in other words, as soon as I have ejaculated.
And I see you did not reply to that response of him.
And yabona ke awuzange uphendule Gogya. No.
Can you recall when this messages took place, or can't you recall because there's no date on here?
Ungaba usakhumbula uba kwakunini na ukwenzeka kwawo okanye kule ncoko le ngoba akho date ikhoyo apha.
Andisayikhumbula date.
No, I can't remember the date.
All right. Then the message on the 28th of June 2022. The respondent replied again at 14:37 to a status that you uploaded with the face of the emoji holding his hand under his mouth, forefinger and the thumb spread out. What was that status of yours about?
Apha ke waye waphendula ke respondent ngale emoji ke umuntu obambelele apha ke kuye I-status sasi ngantoni?
Yayingumlenze lo onganxityiswanga.
This was a leg and there was nothing that was put over. In other words, it was just a leg, a naked leg.
Yes?
Ewe.
What was the status about? Why did you upload this on your status?
Yayintoni unobangela oba ngaba ke ufake oku ku-status?
Ndandisendidikiwe ngoku ngoba bendicinga uba yena uyabona uba andide ndi-engage kule ncoko. Ndabona uba mandithathe laa mlenze ke mna ke ndimbeke phaa estatusini.
I had now had enough. I was now fed up because I was realizing that could see that I was not engaging. Hence, I then decided to put that leg on the status.
You must remember, we were not there. Whose leg is it? Where did you get this leg? You must explain to us the status. You said now you were fed up, but whose leg is it and where did you get this from?
Uzokhumbula ukuba ngaba sasingekho phayana ngoko ke kuzofuneka utsho ke uchaze ukuba ngaba ke ngumlenze kabani lo.
La mlenze ndamfumana ku respondent.
I received that leg from the respondent.
Yes, and why did you upload it on your status?
Kwathini ke ngoku kuba ngaba umlenze lowo ke ngokufaka ku status sakho?
Yayindlela yam ke ngoku yowukhala okanye ndifuna uviwa uba nanku umuntu engumyeni womuntu emdala endithumelela inappropriate pictures.
It was now me crying out, wanting to be heard, and also saying that here was someone, an elder, someone or someone's husband sending me something that was inappropriate.
Can we perhaps get a translation of that message accompanying the status, please?
Umyeni womuntu, someone's husband, utata wabantwana abadala, a father to adult children, abe ngumphathi aphinde, that one is not finished, and he is also is a leader, and also, and then that one is not complete, there's an A there.
Just repeat yourself.
Okay. Umyeni womuntu, someone's husband, utata wabantwana abadala, a father to adult children or children that are grown up, abe ngumphathi, being a leader, aphinde, and also, and then that one chair is not complete. There's some words that are missing after that A.
Can I refer you to page 61 of volume 1? What is that? What's depicted there on page 61?
Indoni le lapha ku page 61.
Kulomlenze ndithetha ngawo.
It's the leg I'm talking about.
Can you recall what the rest of the conversation was on that day, because we don't have any screenshots of those?
Ngaba usakhumbula bangaba ke yaqhubeka yathini na ingxoko ngoba ke asinazo screenshots zalo ngxoko leyo okanye zokuqhubekayo.
Yatshintsha incoko yaba ngoku zathi neutral.
Neutral. The conversation now changed. I would say it became neutral.
Thank you. If you can turn to page 52. This is also a screenshot, and on top of that screenshot there is the name JP.
It was a screenshot again nesi ngaphezu kwaso nje sa screenshot kunegama ke phaya JP.
And yabona?
Yes, I can see.
But there is no date on this one. It's only today. So you took the screenshot on that day. Can you recall what the date of this message at the bottom of the screenshot was?
Akho mhla ukhoyo ke date ibhaliweyo phaya kubhalwe nje namhlanje or today. Ingaba ke screenshot esiya ke okuthi ukuthi screenshot wasithatha ngalamini. Usayikhumbula ba idate yayisithini?
Andisayikhumbuli.
No, I can't recall.
I see there's only one tick on the bottom of the message. Maybe just for clarity, and the one on top has 2 ticks. Can you just explain the difference of those 2 ticks?
Ndiyabona ke phaya correction nje kanye kuphela kanye tick nje A1 phaya phezulu ke izitick ezimbini ungachaza kanye ke ucacise ke umahluko phaya.
Kule ingentla ine ticks ezimbini. Ithetha ba umyalezo ufikile and nalomuntu busiya kuye umfundile.
The top one with the 2 ticks, it means that the message reached the recipient and the person read the message.
Lo ungezansi une tick A1 ume I-message chaza ba ayiyanga.
And then the bottom one with 1 tick, it means that the message did not go or did not reach the person.
Okanye akakayifundi ke.
Or he hadn't read it as yet.
Do you know if the respondent received this message or don't you?
Unalo na ulwazi. Sorry, can you just repeat that? Sorry.
Do you know if the respondent did receive this message or don't you know that?
Ngaba unalo na ulwazi uba wawufumana lo myalezo okanye kazange ufumana?
Andinalo ulwazi bazange awufumane.
I have no knowledge as to whether he did not receive it.
Maybe we can get the translation of that one. I know it's a little bit long. Is it possible for you to translate it for us?
Please, okay, the word in the near is just the same as the one that I received. Please don't shit on me or then take out your shit on me. Dada, dead, please. I am not like the others. I respect myself. So can you, for one, respect me before I lose it or before I go crazy? Ndingeka phambani. Undikupa isimilo ngalento uyenzayo. You make me to be disrespectful or to lose my respect with what you are doing. You are an elder. Umdala noba mdala, you are an elder for that matter.
Maybe just for clarity for the panel to follow, let me just get the translation of that from the and you can maybe look at page 1277
The previous
in
one.
volume 3.
Page one.
Sorry, the page again.
1277.
Thank you.
I see there's two translations. There was a first one and then there was an edited one. Please stop talking shit, sir. I'm not like the others. I respect myself, so can you for one respect me before I lose it? You make me lose morals with your behavior being old as you are. Do you agree with that translation?
So it's no different to the one I gave. It's basically yes. It's no different.
Just give us context of why did you send this message to the
Sicela ke usinike umxholo okokuba ngaba kwakutheni na uze uthumele imiyalezo.
Ndandidikiwe zezi pictures soloko zithunyelwa kum ndingaphenduli kuzo.
I was fed up of these pictures that were repeatedly being sent to me and I was not responding to them.
Ndicatshukiswa nayile nto yoba ilizwi lam lingavakali engayiqondi nale ndlela yam yokuthi hayi kuye.
I was also being angered by the fact that my word was not heard or that which I was saying was not heard, and he also did not understand the manner in which I was saying no to him.
Thank you. Then, if you can turn it back again to volume 1. If you can turn to page 58. That was annexure N to your initial complaint.
Sorry.
Yes. That is a picture of a leg with work clothes on. It looks like an office. Is that correct?
Apha ke exhibit N lona okanye u-N lona ke yayinxalenye ke yesimangalo sakho esiyana soqala ngumlenze lowana futhi ke unxityisiwe ke umlenze lowo kokhangela ngathi ke yi-office kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And on top of this page, it says you. So who is this you? Is that your phone or is it someone else that you saved as you?
Apha ke kubhalwe you kanye ke wena ke ingaba ke bani lona nguwe kanye ngomnye umuntu omsavileyo lemba ibhalwe ngola hlobo.
Ewe you refers to mna.
Yes, you refers to me.
And I see on the bottom of this picture there's a word no comment.
Kubhalwe oku ke pha ezantsi no comment.
Just explain to us what this picture is about, where did you get it, and why is it the way it is like on this picture?
Khawusichazele ke ngepicture lena ke iphi kutheni ke ingolhlobo olu ingalo.
Le picture ithunyelwe ngu-Judge President ayithumela kum.
This picture was sent by the Judge President, sending it to me.
Ndakhawuleza ke ndaphendula ndathi no comment pha kuye.
I quickly responded and said no comment to him.
Uthe engekayicimi mna ndayithatha ndayiforwarda kwicolleague yam pha kuWhatsApp ke ngoku.
Before he could delete it, I took it and forwarded it to a colleague of mine on WhatsApp.
Before ndisende okanye ndipresse la arrow ndandikhe ndacacisa ngayo ngaphambili ithi thumela umyalezo.
Before sending it or pressing the arrow, which I earlier on explained about it, that then says send the message.
Kukho ii-icons pha ngu-HD.
There are icons there, HD.
Xa ufuna utshintsha imbonakalo ye-picture.
When you want to change the appearance of the picture.
Eyesibini i-icon xa ufuna uyikropha.
And the second icon when you want to crop it.
Eyesithathu i-icon iba si-sticker xa ufuna ufaka i-sticker kule picture uzayithumela emntwini.
And then the other icon is a sticker when you wanted to insert or include a sticker to this picture that you are about to send to someone.
Eyesine, it's the letter T.
The fourth one is the letter T.
Yile uthi xa ucofe kuyo ikunikeze i-box ethi add text xa ngabe kukho into ofuna uyibhala on top of this picture.
It's the one, okay, ngicela sithathe slow, kayiphinde. Nasithathe slow.
Eyesine, it's the letter T.
The fourth one is the letter T.
Le uthi xa ucofa kuyo.
The one that when you press on it,
ikunike i-option ene box.
It gives you an option with a box.
Ebhalwe add text.
That's written on it, add text.
Ivele ibaleke ke la box izohlala apha in the middle of this picture.
That box now quickly comes and forms part of this picture.
Nguwe ke uzawudecide ubhala ntoni phakathi kula box.
You are the one now who is going to decide as to what it is that you write inside that box.
Le box ke endayisebenzisayo ukubhala no comment.
That's the box I used to write no comment.
Uyakwazi ke xa ugqibile ubhala you can zoom it kwenzela uba ibe nkulu okanye ibe ncinci usebenzisa iminwe le yakho, which is your thumb finger and your index finger.
You are then able, when you are done writing it, and then to zoom it, in other words, using now your fingers, that is now your thumb or your index finger.
Uyakwazi noyisusa njengoba yona ilapha esiphakathini sepicture, uyakwazi uyisusa, you drag it izohlala kule ndawo wena uyifuna ibe kuyo. Mna ke ndayidraga ndayibeka ezantsi.
You are also able to remove it from where it is. You are dragging it from where it is to place it where you want to place it. So I dragged it to the bottom.
What are we busy with?
She's, you are giving this long explanation about what is that.
Lencaza kanye lengcaciso inde kangaka uyinikayo ingantoni kanye yantoni.
Can I just help? Which question are you answering? Do you remember?
Ngoku
If you don't remember the question, say so, because I'll ask her to repeat the question. Do you remember which question you are answering?
Ingabe uyawukhumbula kusini na lo mbuzo uphendulayo ngoku lo bangaba ke uchaze ngohlobo uchaza ngalo ngoba xa umbuzo ungawuphenduli yicho uche uzawutsho ke kuyi advocate Skeepers bangaba awuphinde umbuzo.
Chair, I do remember the question.
And what was the question? Yes, you remember it?
Ebesithi njengoba le picture kukho uyu pha phezulu kuno comment ezantsi yenzeke njani?
She had asked or said, there is a U at the top and no comment at the bottom. How did it happen?
Was that the question, Advocate
Yes,
Skeepers?
that is the question. Let me ask you it this way. When you received this picture from the respondent, was the words no comment on there?
Mandikubuze ngolhlobo xa wawufumana le picture lena ke kwe respondent ingaba eligama uno comment lalikhona phaya?
Lalingekho pha epictureni no comment yaba impendulo yam ngezantsi.
It was not there in the picture. The word no comment was my response at the bottom.
And what you wanted to explain to us now with this explanation of yours is you added this no comment. When you forwarded it, it gives you options to add a text to your picture.
Lencaza ke okanye ingcaciso leni bunikeza ngayo ke kulapho busichazela khona ukuba ngaba ke xa wena ke ngoku wawuphendula wabe ke sewu-add okanye ke wongeza ke ngohlobo ngoku ucacisa ngalo.
Ndimphendulile yena ndamgqiba le picture ngoku mna ndiyithumela kwi-colleague bendifuna ibe nayo into bendiyibhalile impendulo yam kuye ngoba beseyicimile.
I had responded to him and I was done with that. I was now sending this to my colleague. I wanted the colleague to have the response because he had already deleted it. So I wanted her to have the comment.
Oh, I think I understand you now. When you responded to the respondent, you only wrote no comment. Is that correct?
Ngelixa wena uthe xa wawuphendula ke kwi-respondent waphendula njengelithi no comment.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
But then, according to you, he deleted the messages.
Kodwa ke ngokutsho kwakho wena wayicima yena imiyalezo.
Wayicima before mna ndithumele kwi-colleague yam kodwa bese ndiyibambile pha kwi-gallery.
He deleted it before I could forward it or send it to my colleague, but I had already held onto it on the gallery. I had already kept it on the gallery.
The photo, not the conversation.
Ewe, ifoto.
Yes, the photo.
Oh, and now you say you wanted your colleague to see your reply, which was no comment, and that's why you added it to the photo.
Ngoku uthi ke ngoku bufuna i-colleague yakho ibone impendulo yakho. Leyana ingako ke ilonto ke wathi ke ngokufaka nefoto leya.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just so that I make sure that I understand you correctly, you never forwarded the picture back to the respondent. You only replied.
Uqinisekisa uba nje ndikuva kakuhle ifoto leyo nazange uyibuyisele okanye uthumele back ku respondent waphendula nje kuphela.
Ewe ndaphendula.
Yes, I only replied.
Okay, thank you so much. Then, there's also messages or screenshots that was part of your initial complaint on page 62 of volume 1.
Kunempendulo apha okanye imiyalezo apha nayo ke zaziyinxalenye ke yesimangalo sakho ke sokuqala. Up page 62.
I see there's another name on top of the page there.
Ndibona ke kunelinye igama phaya phezulu kwi-page le.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Are these also screenshots that you, about conversations that you had with someone else?
Ingaba ezi screenshots zengxoko owaba nazo nomnye umuntu?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Who is this person that you had these conversations with?
Ngubani lo muntu lowo wawuncokola naye?
Judge Husi.
Judge Husi.
Now, before we go into what the conversations was with her, it is a female judge, is that correct?
Ngujaji umuntu obhinqileyo ndithi?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Before we go into the conversations with her, did anything else happen between yourself and the respondent regarding this complaint?
Ngaphambi koba ngaba singene ke kunqoko yakhe no Judge Uhusi lona ke ikhona engenye into yenzekayo phakathi kwakho ke no respondent mayelana nesimangalo esi?
Ewe ikhona.
Yes, there is.
When did this happen? Can you recall?
Usakhumbula uba ngaba yenzeka nini?
Kuba ndingaqinisekanga yayi kula veki ye-14 sika November 2022.
Because I am not certain, it was in that week of the 14th of November 2022.
Yes.
Where?
Just a minute. Yes.
Where?
What happened on that week of the 14th of November 2022?
Kwenzeka ntoni ngala veki ye-14 kaNovember 2022?
Are you able to continue?
Ukwisimo sokuba ungaqhubeka?
Ndicela a few minutes.
Requesting a few minutes. A few minutes ngokuhlelwe apho kanye uqala kunqunyanywe.
Siright sihlala.
No, we can sit.
Singaqhubeka Nkosi Chair.
We may proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. What happened on that week of the 14th of November 2022?
Kwenzeka ntoni ngala veki ye-14 November 2022?
Ile mini ndandinganxibanga black and white okanye ndinganxibelanga uba ndizawuya court.
It was on the day that I was not wearing black and white, or should I say, I was not dressed for me to be able to go to court.
Can you recall what day of the week that was?
Usakhumbula uba ngaba kwakuloluphi usuku lweveki?
Ewe ndiyakhumbula kwakungomvulo.
Yes, I can recall it was a Monday.
Where were you?
Wawuphi?
Ndandisemthatha High Court.
I was in Mthatha High Court.
Yes, it was on the Monday. You say you did not have your court wear on, so were you not going to court that day?
Nanjengoba usitsho kuba ngaba ke wawunganxibelanga kuya nkundleni wawungekho nkundleni okanye wawungaziba secourt ngaloo mini leyo.
Kwakungazungena mna njengoba full yayimini ye-full bench.
I'm not the one that was gonna go to court. It was a full bench day.
Ngomvulo ke kudla ngoya secretary ka senior judge.
On a Monday, it's usually the secretary of a senior judge that would go.
Yes, so you were not going to court. What
Ewe,
happened on
wangazuya
that day?
court.
Can you repeat that, ma'am?
You were not going to court that day, but what happened on that day?
Uthi ke wangazuya court okanye kwenzeka ntoni ke ngaloo mini leyo?
Ndathi ndidlula phaa kwii-chambers zika-Judge President.
As I was passing the Judge President's chambers,
Sendidlulile wandibiza.
I had already passed and he called me.
Ndathi xa ndifika phaa ngasemnyango,
When I reached when I reached the door, or just about close to the door,
ndabona phaa ngaphakathi nguye but yena ume apha ecaleni komnyango.
I could see that it was him inside, but he was standing next to the door.
Kwabe kukhona no-secretary wakhe,
His secretary was also there,
nomnye usecretary wenye judge.
as well as another secretary of another judge.
Wandibuza ke ngesinxibo esi ndisinxibileyo.
He then asked me about my attire, or about how I was dressed.
Ndamxelela ke uba andiyi court namhlanje, ayindimanga usecretary ozawubhexesha icourt.
I then informed him that I was not going to court on that day. I am not the secretary that was going to be working to be busy in court.
Watsho sithi ke he's worried about the decorum of the court.
That's when he then said, as the witness has just said it in English,
Yes.
ewe.
Ndimxelele ke impendulo yam ngokukho aba babini bazi-colleagues zam.
I then told him my response in the presence of these two that were my colleagues,
Ndimxelela ndisithi I do look neat.
telling him, as the witnesses said it in English,
Ndaguquka ke ndahamba.
I turned around and I left.
Yes.
Ewe.
Later ngaloo mini
Later that day,
wandibiza endibizela kwii-chambers zakhe.
he called me, calling me to his chambers.
Ndaqaphela uba ngoku usecretary akahlelanga kulaa ndawo ebehleli kuyo ngoku ebendibiza.
I then noticed that the secretary was not seated at the same place or position where she was seated when he called me.
And akekho xa ndijonga apha kule room.
Akekho ubani?
Akekho usecretary apha kule office yakhe.
And when I looked in this room, the secretary was not in the office.
Before you proceed, how did he call you at that time?
Ngaphambi kokuba uqhubeke ke xa ekubiza wakubiza njani ngelo xesha elo?
Bendisuka kwii-chambers zojaji endiphangela naye.
I was coming from the chambers of the judge that I was working with.
Yena wava i-footsteps ngoba phaya ayomet izii-tiles.
He heard the footsteps because it's not a mat there, it's tiles.
Wandibiza ukuba mandingene apha kuye kwi-chambers.
He called me to come in to his chambers.
So did he call you personally and not over the phone, or did he use a phone? Just so that we all on the same picture.
Sikwazi ukuba ngaba sonke ke sibe sikwazi basi sihambe kunye ingaba wakubiza wakhwaza wakubiza wakutsalela umnxeba wakubiza njani?
Hayi undikhwazile, not in a loud manner, ngoba le umnyango wale judge bendisebenza nayo awukho kude kwezi chambers zakhe.
No, he called out. In other words, he called me out, and also not in a loud manner or loud voice, because the judge's door, where I had went in, is not far from his chambers.
All right, and you went there and you saw the secretary was not there. Was he standing inside the secretary's office, or was he standing inside his own chambers?
Uthike wakubiza wabona ke uba secretary ayikho phaya, ingaba wayemi eofisini ka secretary okanye wayemi kwi chambers zakhe?
Kule office ka secretary itafile iphela kwicala langase kunene, yena umnyango ongena apha kuye kwi chambers use left, so umele apha ngakumnyango lo ungena kwi chambers zakhe.
Okay. In the secretary's office, the table or the desk of the secretary ends towards the right-hand side, and his door is towards the left. He was standing on the left side as you enter his chambers.
Ndive kakuhle.
Yes.
Ewe. Maqhubeka.
Chair, I see she's again getting emotional.
Wandibuza ke umbuzo.
He asked me a question.
What was that question?
Awuthini umbuzo lowo?
Wabuza wathi, do you see how much effect you have on me?
Sorry, we did not all hear that response by you. Can you repeat that, please?
Okay, bathi ke ayingabo bonke abavela impendulo ungayiphinda uyiphinde.
Ayompendulo ngumbuzo wakhe.
It's not a response, it was a question from him. Uthi wena ngohlobo uyichaze ngalo bathi abayivanga xa unobaphindela nje.
Wathi, do you see how much effect you have on me?
While he asked you that question, what happened?
Ekukubuzeni kwakhe umbuzo lowo kwaye kwenzeka ntoni?
Ngokwanibuzayo ukhomba ebhlukweni yakhe ngaphambili.
As he was asking me, he was pointing towards his pants at the front part.
Ndibonile ke uba kukho iqhuma elikhoyo njengoba bezama ephuthaphutha izipho.
I could see that there was, I just want the proper word for iqhuma. So the first was sort of like a ball in front, and as he was busy fiddling with his zip.
Sorry, do we have the other translation? We don't.
Of the
Like,
word that he used. It's not something that was written.
Okay, all right, sorry.
Can you maybe explain to us what, I know it's difficult for you. You said that you showed, or he was pointing towards the front part of his pants and you saw something. What did you see?
okay, xa unoyichaza ke njengoba sitsho uba ngaba wakhomba apha ngaphambili wabona ke iqhuma yintoni owayibonayo. Kiss off.
Do you want us to adjourn?
Unganqweneli uba ngaba singanqumama kwangoko?
Hayi Chair, ndizozama.
No, Chair, I will try.
Xa ungumntu oyindoda,
When you are a male person,
andinalo elinye igama elingcono endinoyibeka ngalo xa ubatyiwe.
I have no proper way or no other way to say it, but when you are horny,
Kubakho iqhuma ebhulukhweni.
there is this form or round like a shape that forms in your pant.
And you say that he was also fiddling with his zip.
Uthi ke wayephathaphatha nalapha kuye eziphini.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What else happened?
Intoni enye eyenzekayo?
Undibuzile uba andifuna uyimunca na.
He asked me if I didn't want to suck it.
May we take an adjournment, Chair?
Sorry, ma'am.
May we take an adjournment, please?
Asking that you take an adjournment, Chair.
Yes, we will adjourn. We'll come back 1:45.
Sabuya ke nge 1:45.
And what happened then?
Waya ke ofisini yakho kwenzeka ntoni?
Ndandisendikhululiwe ngelaa xesha uba ndingagoduka. Ndafika ke ndaqokelela izinto zam ndaphuma.
At that time, I had already been given permission to go home, so I gathered my stuff together and I went out.
Can you recall what time of the day it was?
Usakhumbula uba ngaba kwakuxeshani?
Andilikhumbula ixesha uba kwakuxeshani kodwa kwakusemveni kwemini.
I cannot remember the time, but it was in the afternoon.
Yes.
Ewe.
You went home the following day. Did anything happen on the following day?
Wagoduka ke ingaba kusuku olulandelayo ikhona into eyenzekayo?
Ewe ikhona.
Yes, there is.
Yes, what happened?
Kwenzeka ntoni?
Njengokuba ndandingahambi ndedwa ke nangale mini lusuku olulandelayo ndize naba bantu bendihamba nabo xa sifike emnyango ko-security.
As I was not alone or traveling alone, even on this day, the following day, I was with in the company of the same people, and we got to the securities at the door.
Basixelela ke uba kuzawufuneka niphinde niyokwenza iminwe yenu ngoba i-system icinyiwe.
They then informed us that you will have to go for the verification of your fingers again or fingers again because the system has been switched off.
Just so that we all understand you, why did you have to go and retake your fingerprints? What were the fingerprints used for?
Ukuba sonke ke sibe sithi kanti sithetha into enye iminwe lena ke yayi yeyantoni yoba kuthini?
Pha eMthatha xa ungena kusetyenziswa i-biometric system. Biometric system.
When for you to be able to go in Tata, they use a biometric system.
So your fingerprint gives you access to the building?
So iminwe yakho ekuvumela uba ngaba ukwazi ungena ngaphakathi kwisakhiwo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Did everyone have to go and retake their fingerprints?
Ingaba wonke umuntu kwakufanele ba ahambe nokanye aphinde ayokwenza iminwe?
Ewe wonke umuntu.
Yes, everyone.
Because they say the system was, and I didn't miss that word that you used, was it swept?
Uthe i-system yayitheni?
Yayicinyiwe.
Switched off, deactivated.
Right, so did you go and retake your fingerprints?
Engaba ke naye nenza ngokolo hlobo nanixelelwe ngalo ba niphinde ke thatha iminwe le yeni.
Ndaqale ndayobeka ibhegi yam ndaziphi ixesha ke loba mandihambe ndiyokwenza umnwe lowo.
I first went to put away my bag and then I made time to go and do the finger verification.
Yes.
Ewe?
When you took your fingerprints, did anything happen?
Ngabe khona into eyenzekayo ke ekuthatheni kwakho umnwe lowo?
Ndifike kuqala kukho umuntu ophambi kwam and then ndatsho ndane-chance ke ngoku yoba mandithethe naba-security ndandifike bephaa.
When I got there was someone in front of me, and then that's when I got a chance or an opportunity to speak to the security officers that were there.
What did you talk to them about?
Yintoni le wayithetha nabo?
Ndabuza uba kwenzeke ntoni le nto kufuneka siphinde sizokwenza iminwe.
I inquired as to what happened for us to come again now for our fingers.
Yes.
Ewe.
Waphendula ke umfana lo wathi uJP uthe isystem mayicinywe wonke umuntu makaqalele uregistration.
And then a certain young man or a particular young man then answered and said the JP had ordered for the system to be switched off so that everyone else starts afresh for the fingerprints.
Do you know who this person is that you spoke to?
Uyamazi lo mfana uthetha ngaye lo wathetha naye?
Ndiyamazi ngoku, ndandingamazi igama lakhe ngokuya.
I know him now. I didn't know his name then.
What is his name?
Bani igama lakhe?
Nguwanga.
Wanga.
Except
So
for...
just a minute. You said you. It wasn't clear to me. You said you didn't know him then. You now know him.
Uthi wangamazi ngoko uyamazi ngoku ne?
Igama lakhe, Che, ndandingalazi ngokuya, ngoku ndiyalazi.
I didn't know his name then, Chair, but I know his name now.
Or at the time you just knew his face, but not.
Wawusazi ubuso nje kuphela ngela xesha.
Ewe, ndandisazi ubuso.
Yes, I only knew the face.
Did you inquire anything else except for about fingerprints?
Ikhona ngenye into wabuzisa ngayo ngaphandle kweminwe?
Ewe, ikhona.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Ndabuza uba xa ufuna ifootage yosuku oludlulileyo okanye ufuna ubona uba bekusenzeka ntoni, ndingayifumana kanjani?
I inquired if you want to see the footage of the previous day or you want to see as to what had happened, how can you get hold of it?
Yes.
Ewe.
Undiphendulile ke esithi andivumelekanga uba mna as an official ndifumane okanye ndibuzise ngento ye-security.
He responded to me by saying, I as an official am not allowed to ask about or to ask about something that is security related.
Andizuyifumana yaba lelo kugqibela.
I am not going to get it. That was the last word.
Did you at a stage tell anyone about what happened to you?
Ingaba likhona na ilixa apho waxelela khona ntu okanye kwaba nomuntu omxelelayo mayelana noko kwathi kwakwehlela?
And let me just clarify, I'm talking about the incident now in November that happened.
Mandicacise nje oku ke ndithetha ngesiganeko esi senzeka ngoNovember.
Kulaa mini hayi zange kubekho umuntu ondimxelelayo.
On that day, no, I did not tell anyone.
Did you tell anyone at any stage?
Ngaba likhona na ilixa apho khona kwaba nomuntu owathi wamxelela?
Ewe, ukhona.
Yes, there was.
Who did you tell?
Waxelela bani?
Ndaxelela omnye wojaji.
I informed one of the judges.
Was he the first person you told?
Yaba ngumuntu oqala ukumxelela?
Ewe, yaba ngumuntu wokuqala. Andizange ndimxelele in detail yena.
Yes, it was the first person, but I never went into detail.
What did you tell this judge?
Indoni owayixelela le judge?
Ndamxelela uba kune-messages ebendisoloko ndizifumana from the JP.
I informed the judge that there were messages that I've been receiving from the JP.
Ndatsho ndimbonise efowunini yam ke ngoku ezi zine-picture ye-private part.
And then I also showed this judge the messages on my phone, as including the picture of the private part.
Yes. Is that all that you informed this judge about?
Kuphelele apho uwaxelela le judge?
Ewe kuko ndamxelela yena.
Yes, that's what I informed the judge.
Is there a mystery about this thing? Why can't you say I informed her or I informed him? Why we keep on saying the judge, the judge?
Him, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
I asked you, did you inform anyone about the incident in Chambers?
And ndikubuzile ukuba ngaba ke oku kwakwenzeke kwi-chambers ukhona na umuntu owamxelelayo ngako?
Ewe ukhona seku after sendimkile pha eMthatha.
Yes, I did inform someone. That was after I'd left Mthatha.
How long after you left? How long after the incident did you inform this person?
Kwakusemva kwexesha elingakanani isiganeko esisenzeka ukuxelela kwakho lo muntu?
Kwaku after iveki.
It was after a week.
Who is this person?
Kubani lo muntu?
Do I say the name of
Yes,
the person?
please.
Ngumonwabisi Nyilika.
Ni?
Nyilika. NYI.
Monwabisi Nyilika. I will to spell for those who. Nyilika is Nylika.
Was he the first person that you told about what happened?
Ngumuntu wokuqala owamxelelayo mayelana noko kwathi kwenzeka?
Ewe ngumuntu wokuqala.
Yes, it was the first person.
What did you tell him?
Yintoni owamxelela yona?
Ndamxelela uba ikhona into endehleleyo ke pha eMthatha.
I informed him that something happened to me in Mthatha.
Kwiveki ephelileyo.
The previous week.
Ngoku ndine blackouts.
Now I have blackouts.
Let me just get it clear. Do you have blackouts now? Or did you say that time that now I have blackouts?
Ndifuna nje uqonda uba ndiyakuvisisa na une blackouts kungoku okanye ngoko wawusithi une blackouts ngelo xesha elo wawumxelela.
Ma angoko.
At the time.
Yes.
Ewe.
Ndatsho ndisithi ndithi ngoku ndiqhubayo ndiyazibona mna isiqu sam ndizazitshayisa.
And I went on to say that I can see myself even now as I am driving, in other words, behind the steering wheel. I can see myself, I'm going to bump into myself.
What did you tell him what happened?
Intoni owamxelela yona uba ngaba kwenzeka ntoni?
Ndimxelele lento yenzekileyo pha eMthatha uba uJudge President undenze ntoni.
I informed him about what had happened in Mthatha as to what did the JP do to me.
Ndatsho ndigqibezela kuye uba ebebendibambile bendizophuncuka kanjani.
I finished off by saying to him that if he had grabbed me or getting hold of me, how was I going to get loose?
So he was the first person you told about the incident in the chambers, is that correct?
Ngoko ke yaba ngumuntu wokuqala owamxelelayo ngento eyenzeka kwi-chambers.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
After you told Mr. Nyelika what happened to you, did you at any stage try to resolve this matter at any way?
Emveni koba ngaba wathi waxelela umnumzana uNyilika mayelana noko kwathi kwenzeka ingaba wazama kusini na noma ke kungeyiphi na indlela okuba ngaba ke usonjulilwe lenyewe?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Explain to us, how did you try to do that?
Sichazele ukuba ngaba ke wazama ngayiphi indlela ukwenza oko.
Emveni koba ndithethile naye undixelela uba mandiyiripote le nto uba izandiphatha kakubi.
After I informed him, he told me to report this because it was not going to sit well with me.
Ndatsho ke ndiqonda uba ndiza kwenza ixesha ndifowune kuba ndingekho serhini ndingekho semonti.
I then decided that I was going to make time and make a phone call because I was not in Grahamstown and I was also not in East London.
And lo mntu bendizamfowunela ke ngoku ngu-Director of Court Operations.
And the person that I was going to call was the Director of Court Operations.
Yes?
Ewe.
Ndamfowunela ke nyhani nothi ngolusuku ngolulandelayo.
Indeed, I called the person, but not on that day, but the following day.
Who is that person?
Kubani lo mntu lo?
Ngu-Mr. Kroqwana.
Mr. Kroqwana. Kroqwana.
Did you report the matter to him?
Wa ngichazela ke ngombalo.
Ndamxelela briefly ndatsho ndithembisa uba ndizawuthi xa ndibuyileyo Queenstown sithethe kakuhle.
I informed him briefly and also undertook that as soon as I return from Queenstown, I will then inform him properly.
Yes?
Ewe.
What happened then after you informed him?
Kwas emveni koba ngaba ke umxeleleke kwaye kwenzeka ntoni?
Ndiye ndabuyela erhini ngolwesihlanu xa kuphela iveki.
And then during the end of the week on Friday, I went back to Grahamstown. Ewe.
Xa ndifike eGrahamstown ndabona uba okay ndinayo ngoku iprivacy mandimfowunele ndimxelele.
Upon arrival in Grahamstown, I then could see that I had privacy, so let me call him and inform him.
Was any arrangements made to resolve this issue?
Ingaba akhona na isivumelwano amalungiselelo athi enziwa ekuqinisekiseni uba ngaba umba lona uyasonjululwa?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Explain to us what happened there.
Sichazele ukuba ngaba kwenzeka ntoni apho.
Emveni koba ndimbalisela ibali wandibuza uba ndirhalela uba kwenzeke ntoni ke ngoku okanye ihoywe kanjani le complaint yam i-informal.
After I had informed him as to what had happened, he then asked me what it is that I would like to happen, or how would I like this informal complaint of mine to be addressed or attended to.
Iphume kum ke into ethi ndicela i-round table. Umbono wam ibekukuba
it came from me, or it was my idea or suggestion that I am requesting for a round table. My whole purpose was
ndikhethe ijaji enye okanye ezimbini from each court.
To choose one or two judges from each court
Zizozimasa ke le meeting ndandiyicela.
to come and attend the meeting that I was requesting.
Advocate Skippers, we've been told about the people that you interacted with. Monabisi's name was mentioned, Wanda was mentioned, Gohwana was mentioned. Is there any reason why the name of the judge is not mentioned?
The judges that she's requesting.
Yes.
I'm getting to that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but I was wanting to know, is there any reason why the name was not mentioned?
No, there's no reason. Maybe if we can just refer back to you indicated before we go on with this round table, you indicated that you showed the messages to a judge. Who is that judge?
Ngaphambi koba ke siqhubeke nale round table, utshilo bangaba imiyalezo leyana ke wayibonisa ijudge. Kubani lo judge leyo?
Judge Makaula.
Judge Makaula.
Spell? MAKHAWULA.
Sorry, Chair, if I may assist. It's MAKAULA. It doesn't have an H and a W.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is MA?
Kaula. Okay.
MAKA.
KAULA.
Thank you.
And these judges that you wanted the round table with, did you mention any names, who you wanted there, or did you just ask for judges?
Ijaji ezizimbini ke wawusithi ufuna ke ijaji benye ku division nganye ingaba wawakhankanya amagama okanye wathi nje okanye wasithi ayingumnqweno nje uba kubekho ijaji ezimbini.
Ndawakhankanya amagama.
I mentioned the names.
Who are they?
Ngobani?
Emthatha ndandicela uba kubekho uJudge Majiki.
Majiki.
Majiki,
Okay.
MAJIKI.
In Tata, I had requested the presence of Judge Majiki. MAJIKI.
And also uJudge Dawood.
Dawood. As well as Judge Dawood.
How do you spell that surname?
D-A-W, is it double O-D? D-A-W-O-O-D.
Yes.
Ekhini ndacela uba makubekho uJudge Beshe.
Beshe. In Grahamstown, I requested the presence of Judge Beshe, P-E-S-H-E.
Beshe,
Be.
B.
I'm sorry, I thought she said Beshe. It's Beshe, B-E. My apologies, Chair.
And also another female judge, which is Judge Norman.
Was it only those 4 judges that were to attend, or did you also request the respondent to attend?
Ingaba yayizezo judges zine kuphela unqwenela bangaba ke zizimase okanye ke naye ke uJP wawucelile naye ba makeze.
Ndidlulele zakhona ijudge endizicelayo eziseBhayi njengokuba neBhayi ne-High Court.
I went further and also made a request that certain judges from PE, that is now Port Elizabeth, should also attend, seeing that there is also a High Court in Port Elizabeth.
And ezo judge yayizaba nguJudge Phakathi.
And those judges were going to be Judge Phakathi
And Judge Makaula.
Judge Makaula,
No respondent.
as well as the respondent.
So you requested a round table.
Tike wacela i-round table.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What did you want to get out of this round table?
Injongo yale round table wawunqwenela uba ngaba ke kwenzeke ntoni.
Zizinto zimbini endandinqwenela zona.
2 things that I had wished for.
Yayikukumazisa uba zonke ezi zinto bezenza and ndimane ndisithi hayi kuye ngandiva andizifuni and andikazifuni nangalo mzuzu.
It was to inform him that all the things that he had been doing, and I had been stopping him and saying no, that I did not like them, I did not want them, and I still maintain that very same position that I still did not want them.
Eyesibini,
Secondly,
ndandifuna uba ezi jaji ndizicelileyo zikwazi uintervena zive le nto bisenziwa nguJP eqhubekeka.
I wanted these judges whose presence I had requested to intervene and also to hear these things that were being done by the JP.
Did the round table happen?
Ingaba ke i-round table leyo yenzeka?
Azayenzeki.
No, it didn't happen.
Why not?
Unobangela?
Wathi xa exelelwayo
When he was told,
xa exelelwayo ngale proposal
when he was informed about this proposal,
wathi zii-messages ezithini ezo.
he asked, what messages are those, or what are those messages saying?
Sorry, are you telling us what you heard, or are you telling what other people told you that when we told him, he said ABCD? Because it may well be that you shouldn't tell us what other people said. You just tell us what you heard.
Ingaba le mpendulo uqobo unikezela ngayo ngoku uba ngaba impendulo leyo owawukhona xa wayitsho okanye ke ngundiva weva abanye abantu besithi samxelela kodwa waphendula ngelithi yena?
Ngundiva che, mna bendiphendula kuloo ndiva kuba ekeleke kuthethwa naye ndiyafowunelwa kuthiwe uthi ndiphendule nam.
It's hearsay, Chair, because I was responding on that hearsay. I would be given feedback and told that this is what he's saying. I would then respond to that hearsay or to that feedback.
So that round table never happened?
Ngelonke it round table leyo ayizange yenzeke.
Azange.
No, it never happened.
When was this round table supposed to happen? Can you recall?
Kwakufaneleke into ba yenzeka nini le round table? Ingabe usakhumbula?
Zange kubekho specific date kuba i-term yayizawuvala nge-2nd or 3rd of December kulo nyaka.
There was never a specific date because the term was to close on the 2nd or the 3rd of December of that particular year.
Ukuba izaba nini bizawuxhomekeka kwi-availability yes judge bendizibala.
As to when the round table would have happened would have depended on the availability of the judges that I had mentioned.
When did you then, or what made you then lay this official complaint at the office of the Chief Justice?
Intoni ke ngoku eyakukhokhelela ekubeni ude ke ngoku ube uyomangala ngokusesikweni ke ngoku kwi-department office of the Chief Justice?
Emveni koba kuze into ethi uJP uthe ndiyaxoka.
After there was feedback that the JP had said that I was telling lies,
Khandilale ngoba busuku ndabona uba mandi-screenshot.
I did not sleep that night. I then decided to screenshot
The chats, that is.
the chats.
Ndazibeka statusini.
Put them on the status.
That's now your WhatsApp status.
The status sakho sika WhatsApp.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Ngabhala futhi apho ndathi mayidume ibhasi.
I then wrote there or made an inscription that let the bus move.
What chats did you make the screenshot of and put on your status?
ZZP as chats why was the screenshot was back up status sakho.
Yaba yile ye private party yakhe ndayibeka pha.
It was the one of his private part. I placed it there,
Kunye nezinye ezibemane ezidelete.
as well as the other ones that he kept on deleting.
Andilisusanga ke igama lakho kanye ndilicrophe njengoba esave as JP efonini yami ne profile pic yakhe ibibonakala.
I did not remove his name or crop it, as it is saved there or written there, JP, as well as his profile picture appeared.
So did you only upload 2 screenshots?
Wa uploada screenshots ezimbini kuphela.
Not ezimbini, it was more than that.
No, not only 2.
Was it what conversations did you upload? Was it between the parties? I don't want to lead you, so just inform us the parties. You said now that the JP's name was there and his profile pic. Was it only the conversations between yourself and the JP, or was there other conversations also that you uploaded?
Ngaba owas uploadayo ingaba incoko yakho kanye naye uJP okanye zikhona nezinye incoko was upload kanye wasfaka nazo.
Zezincoko beziphakathi kwami naye.
It was the conversation between myself and him.
Can you recall when you uploaded those messages on your WhatsApp status?
Ingaba usakhumbula kusini na okokuba ngaba kwakunini ukuzifaka kwakho ke kwi status sakho?
Ndazifaka ngakusa ekuzeni kusa nge-3rd ka December.
I uploaded them in the early hours of the morning of the 3rd of December. Unyaka?
2022.
Why did you do that?
Kwakuyintoni yakubanga wenze okanye kwakutheni ze wenze oko?
Akho mntu ndikholelwayo and akho mntu uzandikholelwa nansi proof ndinayo but andizukwazi uba ndiyisebantwini. Indlela yami yoba mabayibone yayikuba ndithi ndiyalila for help, nansi iproof ndayibeka statusini uba mabazibonele.
No one believed me, no one was going to believe me. It was my way of crying out and saying to people that here is proof, let them see it for themselves.
Yes. What happened after you uploaded this WhatsApp status?
Kwaye kwenzeka ntoni emveni koba ngaba ke uploade ezi status WhatsApp?
Kwasemini ke ngoku nge-4th.
It was now during the day on the 4th.
Sorry, on the 3rd, during the day on the 3rd.
Yes.
Ewe.
Ndaye ndafumana ii-calls ezininzi from ii-colleagues zam nakwamanye amagqwetha ohlukeneyo.
I received a number of calls or a lot of calls from my colleagues as well as from different lawyers.
All right. I want to get to Exhibit Q or Attachment Q that you had on your initial complaint, where you said the screenshots taken of conversations between yourself and Judge Husi. Did anything happen after you uploaded page 62 of Volume 1? Did anything happen after you uploaded your WhatsApp statuses with regards to Judge Khusi?
Emveni koba ngaba ubeke status ku WhatsApp ngaba ikhona ke into eyenzeka ngokuphathelene naye uJudge Khusi?
Ewe ikhona.
Yes.
Explain to us what happened there.
Chazeleke ukuba ngaba kwenzeka ntoni apho.
Njengoba bendizibeke estatusini yena uphendule phezu kwezazinto mna bendiz-uploadile.
As I had put those or uploaded those on my status, Judge Khusi then responded based on those that I had uploaded.
And are those the conversations that you attached to your complaint?
Zizo ezo ke inqoko owaye wazifaka kanye ke wazidibanisa nesimangalo sakho.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
A lot of those messages are also in Xhosa, so we will have to go through those messages again. If we turn to page 62, that was initially Annexure Q to your complaint, dated 3 December 2022. I see there's a status that Judge Khusi replied to. Is that now one of those conversations that you uploaded that you spoke about?
Ndiyabona phayana ke sikhona status aphendula kuso ke uJudge Khusi siso ke esa status wawusibekile.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, it is.
And what did she reply to that status? If we can get the translation of that, please.
It's the word is like in God. It's not like in God, but there's a sort of an exclamation. It's God.
And with 4 women with their hands on the head, is that correct? The emojis of the lady with her hands on her head.
Apha sibona ke ngoku kulamyalezo eqaleni kwawo kunentekazi kubeke lithwele izandla enhloko.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was at 6:28 in the morning.
6:28 ixesha ekuseni.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And then she responded to another photo that you uploaded on your status with the 5 emojis of the lady with her hands on her head.
Waphendula futhi kwesinye ke istatus wawusibekile naphayana ke kubonakala pha ubuso benenekazi beke izandla enhloko izi-emoji ezinhlanu.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And then she followed that one up with another reply to a photo where she asked you, what's happening on Diswa? And there's 8 ladies with their hands on her head, and then we need the translation of the next words, please.
Uphendulile my apologies. Uphendulile ke phayana ngeza emoji ke zi7 phayana wabuza bakwenzeka ntoni andiswa. It says God of heavens.
And then you don't reply to her, and then at 6:57, I think it is already on record, Judge Khusi is a female. Let me know, Ntande, when it is convenient for you to take my call, and then we need the translation of the words following that.
Ndiyabona konakele, I can see it's messy.
And then
there is also in that message where it's written in English, let me know Ntande. Now, in other words, Ntande then refers to a clan name.
Clan name.
Clan name. Let me know, then there's the Xhosa word Ntande.
Thank you. Can we get then you only responded to her at 12 o'clock that afternoon. And can we get the translation to that, please?
Okay. Hello, my sister. Apologies. I couldn't tell you since this started. You may call Sendivugile. I'm awake.
Did she then call you?
Ingaba waye ke wakutsalela umnxeba?
Wafona.
Yes, she called.
And what happened during that conversation?
Kulo ncoko leyo kwaye kwenzeka ntoni?
Wandibuza uba kwenzeke ntoni ndamxelela.
She inquired from me as to what happened. I informed her.
Did you inform about everything or only specific parts thereof?
Ingaba wamxelela ngento yonke okanye wamxelela ke nje pha napha?
kuba wayebuza specifically ngezinto ezifake kwi-status.
Because she was inquiring specifically about those that I had uploaded on the status.
Yes.
Ewe?
Ndamxelela ke ndimchazela uba kwenzeke ntoni kanjani.
I then informed her as to what happened, how.
About everything or only the messages or only the incident in chambers? About what did you inform her?
Ngento yonke, i-messages kuphela, okanye ke isiganeko esiyasa kwi-chambers, intoni kanye owamxelela yona.
Ndamxelela ngaba WhatsApp, andimxelelanga ngesiganeko sakwi-chambers.
I informed her about the WhatsApps. I did not inform her about the incident in chambers.
And after you informed her about the messages, what did the conversation go on about further?
Emveni koba ngaba ke umxeleleke ingaba incoko lena yaqhubeka kantoni.
Yaqhubeka endomeleza.
It went on with her encouraging me.
About what? She encouraged you about what?
Ekomeleza ngantoni?
Endomeleza ngendlela emandidilishane nayo ngale meko ndikuyo. Ecela uxolo noba nandi experiencer lento ndi experienceayo.
About the manner in which to deal with this particular incident that I found myself in, as well as apologizing that I had went through that experience that which I went through.
While you were speaking to her, did anything happen on your phone?
Ngeli xesha ke wawuthetha naye ingaba ikhona kusini na into eyaye yenzeka emnxebeni wakho?
Sekulate ke ngoku ewe ikhona.
Later on, yes, something did happen.
Was there another phone call?
Kwaba nenye phone call.
Oko wayemane ndichekisha oko throughout the day.
Waye sithetha ngabani?
Ujudge Khusi oko wayemane ndifowunela endijonga uba ndise right na.
She kept on contacting me, checking as to whether was I still okay.
Yes.
Ewe?
Later on the day waphinde ke ngoku wafone.
Later on the day, she called again.
Yes.
Ewe?
Endixelela uba utata uthi and ngoku athi utata ureferisha ku-JP.
And she then told me or said to me, Dad is saying, and then when she said utata/dad, she was referring to the JP.
Yes.
Ewe?
Ungakwazi na uthetha naye.
Will you be able to speak to him?
ngoba akafunanga ukuya kula round table ngenxa yelaquba labantu bulibizile.
Because he didn't want to go to the round table, because of the crowd of people that you had called.
Yes.
Okay.
Uqhubile ke ngelithi utata uthi ndifuna uncedwa ngantoni.
She went on to say, Tata or Daddy is asking, how would I like to be assisted, with what would I like to be assisted?
Ndifuna ntoni okwesibini.
Secondly, what do I want?
Yintoni anondenzela yona okwesithathu.
Thirdly, what can he do for me?
Yes.
Away?
Ndithe ayikho.
I said there's nothing.
Did you speak to the respondent at any stage during that day?
Ingaba ngalo mhla lowo likhona na ilixa apho wathethayo khona ke naye u JP?
Sandithethe naye kodwa ngokundithetha no Judge Khusi ndabona icall ingena inguye ofowunayo.
No, I didn't speak to him, but whilst I was speaking to Judge Khusi, I saw an incoming call, and that it was him calling.
Ewe ifoni yami ya display kanjalo.
Yes, that's how my phone displayed.
Yes.
Ewe?
Uye waphelelwa i-airtime uJudge Khusi esathetha nami.
Judge Khusi ran out of airtime whilst speaking to me.
Ndafowuna ke mna ke ndifowunela uMr Qoqwana.
I then made a phone call calling Mr. Qoqwana.
Ndisabalisa uba kwenzeke ntoni kule phone call ndisuka kuyo.
Still conveying as to what had happened or what was happening from the previous phone call that I was in.
Yaphinde yangena icall ka JP.
Again, JP's call came in.
Ndachaza uba nanku efowuna.
I then said, here he is phoning.
Ndimbloke kweso stage.
I blocked him at that stage.
That is now the JP. You blocked.
JP. Yes.
Thank you. I think we must just go through the messages with Judge Khusi further. And the next page, page 63, and it was marked Q1 during your initial complaint. I see those messages were at 16 minutes past 9. Can you recall on what date this was?
Which one page? Is that page?
63 of volume 1.
Oh, 63. Ask the time, ne? Or the date, sorry. Usayikhumbula i-date le baba ngephi i-date xa saqhubeka ngazo i-message ezika Judge Khusi?
Kumele ba kwakunge-3 emini.
Emini.
Kusasa
It
kwakunge-3.
was on the 3rd, in the morning of the 3rd, during the morning of the 3rd.
Okay. Can we get the translation of the first message? And I see it's a very long one. I don't know if you would like to read the translation that we received initially to assist you.
Sorry, just some form of guidance. Are we going to go through all the messages? Because I was going to make a request, Chair. Just like this, sometimes one needs to get the context. I would have requested maybe, even if we were to take an earlier adjournment, I get the file, I go through the messages, and then I do the interpretation myself. Because it's not an easy one just like this, and you also don't have the context sometimes. You say something out of context. So I would have requested, Chair, just to get the file, do the interpretation myself when I have time after we adjourned. But doing it like this, it puts pressure on one. And also not having the context, the full context.
Advocate Skippers, were you referring him to the translated version?
Yes, just to assist him, and also I think it's important for us to get the translation because that was part of her complaint initially. So we need to understand what the conversations was about, why she chose to add it to her complaint. And I understand he was not the initial interpreter, so he did not have the opportunity to go through the translations previously. And I was also not aware that we will get a new interpreter today.
Yes, what I'm trying to find out is in respect of these, we do not have that translation.
We do.
Where is it?
It's on page 1279.
Just turn to that page. Instead of us adjourning for you to go and read, I'm suggesting you look at the pages that they are referring you to, look at the interpretations, and tell us whether we have got problems with those translations.
Thank you, Chair.
What page is that?
It's in volume 3, page 1279.
Pardon?
1279.
Yes, I am there. Okay, the interpretation, when it comes to the top one, yes, I would agree with the first part, who we are.
Sorry, let me get there first because I keep
Chair.
making notes as we do. 1279. Yes.
Yes, you may proceed. I see there's two versions. There was an initial translation and then there was an edited version.
I would, yes, agree with the first one because they both say the same thing. Even the edited one, who we are makes people to view us in a bad light. Sopicho is a clan name. This is now the Madiba clan. Then it says, I do not have any bad intentions when dealing with anyone. I will then go with the second one because it mentions, in isiXhosa it says, Ndicela wazi. So here it says, please know that I do not have any bad intentions about anyone. So it is correct.
Yes.
And then there's a next sentence I deal with, and I see the translation is a little bit lower on that page.
I deal with people genuinely. Ngolomsila. Ngolomsila is still a continuation of the clan name Sopicho.
Do you agree with that one also? I deal with people genuinely?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there was another message from Judge Husi at 16 minutes past 9, and we also have that translation there. And do you agree with that one?
That is correct.
I cannot change a person's bad perception about me in Kolomisa. Kolomtsila, sorry.
Kolomtsila, yes.
You are a spiritual being, you know what I mean. I think most of the people do not understand how I do things as I do them differently. Do you agree with that?
Is that now the second line?
I don't know, you will have to tell us.
Okay, I think most of the people do not understand. Yes. I have something, something tells me that I have something that is not, that many do not understand, and that is to say that how I do things differs. That is why it was never easy at any given time.
And then she said, be well. Vela.
Uphile vela bampensele, be well vela bampensele. It still tells in with usopicho ungolomsila vela bampensele. It's still the same clan.
What was this conversation about?
Lencoko lena yayi ngantoni?
Ubephelelwe i-airtime yayi kuqhubekeka kwakhe ukuzama ukundicomforta.
Because she had run out of airtime, it was her continuing in trying to comfort me.
Then I see there was a voice note or a voice note or audio clip that was forwarded from you or sent to her from you at 19 minutes past 9. Can you recall what that voice clip was about?
Usayikhumbula le VN lena ke eyathunyelwa nguwe uthumela kuyo uba ngaba yayi ngantoni?
Ndiyayikhumbula.
Yes, I can recall.
What was it about?
Ewe.
Ndandimcela kula voice note.
I was requesting her in that voice note
Uba makaxelele uJP makayeke undifowunela. Ndifuna ukuthetha naye.
to tell her that, that she tells JP to stop phoning me. I did not want to speak to him.
Ndatsho ndisithi ndicela ixesha loba ndibe nepeace.
I also requested for some time to have peace.
Thank you. And if you turn to page 64, I see there's also a screenshot made and it says yesterday on top. What can you recall what the date of this screenshot was?
Usayikhumbula le date yes screenshot?
Bekumele bazi4 ngoku sika December.
By now it should have been the 4th of December.
2022.
2022, ne?
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And can we get the translation of that first message? And I see it's on page 1280 of volume 3. There was a translation that we received.
A person's human, okay, I'm not looking at the translation now. A person's humanity, Dlomo. Dlomo is still part of the Sopicho Velabampentele Ngolomsila clan, which is the Matiba clan. A person's humanity, Dlomo, have got elements of cruelty. I am being. Oh, then the other part is in English.
I'm being told something outrageous that I offered you money to silence you. Do you know anything about this? So she's asking you that she heard that that she offered you money for silence. Can you explain to us what happened there?
Ungasichazela ke apho bangaba kwenzeka ntoni na apho atshoyo khona ukubangaba ke uxelelo kanye waxelelwa into ke eyayinganhlanga ukubangaba yena waye ke wafuna ukunika imali okanye ke wayengumuntu ozama ukunika imali ukukuvala umlomo.
Wabhala kanjalo isusela kwinto yena ebeyithethile ngo-JP. Mna ke ndiye ndayixelela abantu abohlukeneyo.
That's how she wrote it, coming or stemming out of what she had said about JP. I then conveyed that to different people.
But where does this money being offered to you come from? Did Judge Khusi offer you money?
Kodwa ke ingaba ivela phi lento yemali? Ingaba uJudge Khusi ngokwenene waye ethe okanye ethembise imali?
Zange ndithembise imali. Isukela kweza questions abenibuza zona.
No, she never offered me money. It stemmed from the questions that she asked me.
I see that she said that she heard it. Was there rumors that she offered you money?
Ingaba kwakunamahe kusini na okokuba ngaba ke yena offer imali?
Ewe ayekhona amahe ndawava ngaye mna zange ndiwave.
Yes, there were rumors, and she's the one who informed me or told me about those rumors. I never heard anything about the rumors.
All right. And then she followed that up to say it is a rather serious allegation which I sincerely hope did not come from you.
Waqhubeka ke esitsho ukuba ngaba esike sisityholo esinobuzaza kakhulu endithembayo ukuba ngaba ke asisuki kuwe.
Waphendula njalo.
Yes, that's how she responded.
And you replied that night at 21:27 you said this thing is getting worse than I thought.
Waphendula ke wena kwangoba busuku wathi hayi lento lena iya isiba nobuzaza ke ngongaphezulu koba bendicinga.
Ewe kunjalo.
That is indeed correct.
Can we get the translation of the next message from Judge Khusi at 21:40 please?
Cacisa ke Dlomo. Explain Dlomo. That is now Dlomo still being the clan name.
And then she further said, I have no words to describe the shock I had. I am still puzzled and feel hard done. And then can we get the translation of the next?
People are cruel, like I said. It is easy for them, and further on it's written in English.
It's easy for them to come up with such outrageous narratives to push dirty and disgusting agendas. And
they use anything and any situation.
So the Benzisa they use.
Basebenzisa, yes, they use.
And if we turn to the next page, I see you did not reply to her there.
And ndiyabona ke zange umphendule ngapha kwezisuka kuzo ngoku.
Andikhumbule ndimphendula.
No, I do not remember replying to her.
Then I see the following page, page 65 is now again in the midday, 14:17. Can you recall what day this was?
Usakhumbula ndiyabona ke ngoku apha kusemina amaqanda usakhumbula ba yayiluphu usuku olu?
Ndicinga ba waye thetha ngestatus ke ngoku.
I think she was now referring to the status.
Because I see in the middle of the page there's a date 4 December 2022.
Nansi ndibona idate apha 4 December 2022.
Ndiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
So was the top part still on the 3rd of December then?
So le inxalenye yona ingaphezulu kwakusenge 3 zika December.
Kuyacaca apha kwamaphepheni.
It's clear from the papers.
Okay. Before we continue, I've noticed that in your complaint, the screenshots that you added are not in chronological order. Is that correct?
Ndibonile ke kwisimangalo sakho ukuba ngaba i-screenshots eziyana ke azihambi ngokokulandelelana.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that is correct.
And it was also not a full version of what transpired between you and the people that you conversed with. Is that correct?
Yaye futhi ke yayingaqukethanga zinkcukacha zigcweleyo kanye ke zipheleleyo mayela ngokuphathelene noko wena nababantu aba owawuthetha kanye uncokola nabo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Maybe it's an opportune time to just explain to the panel why is it not in chronological order?
Mhlambi ke ngoku lithuba lilo lokuba ngaba ke uchazeke apho kanye utsho apho bangaba ke kutheni zingahambi ngokulandelelana.
Ngelixesha ndenza i-complaint.
When I lodged the complaint,
andiziqaphelanga uba azilandelelani ngokwelihlobo mna ndibhale ngalo.
I did not take notice that they were not in chronological order in the manner in which I wrote.
Okwesibini i-guidance bendingekabi nayo xa ndithetha nge-guidance ke ndithetha nge-representatives.
Secondly, I didn't have guidance. When I refer to guidance, I am referring to legal representatives.
At that stage, you did not have legal representation. And also then, why did you not attach the full conversations between you and the parties?
Okunye futhi ke kwakutheni ke ungafaki ingxoko ngokupheleleyo phakathi kwakho kunye nabanye abantu.
Ndithathe ezi bendibona uba zirelevant.
I took the ones that I considered to be relevant.
All right, so the top part of this page 65 then is still again back to the 3rd of December. And if we can get the translation of the first message.
That's fine, Dlomo. That is now still the clan name. I was just in shock, naturally. There is nothing so peaceful because the names are there and they are clear. There's nothing so peaceful still being the clan name, because the names that are there are clear.
Okay, we don't know what the message before that was because that's not part of the complaint. Can you recall what she was replying to?
Ingaba uyayazi na apho bangaba wayiphendula entweni ke ngoba asiyiboni ke imessage phambi koko wake bingeyonxalenye yesimangalo.
Icimba bephendula kweza status bendizi-uploadile.
I think she was responding to the statuses that I had uploaded.
And you replied that afternoon after 4 o'clock you said, okay, mommy, thanks.
Waphendula ke ngalamba kwemini ke emva kwensimbi yesine wathi ke kulungile mama enkosi.
Ewe ndaphendula kanjalo.
Yes, that's how I responded.
And she replied with 2 emojis, the hands touching each other. And then can we get the translation of the next message from the complainant at 16:30?
Sorry, upolo means sorry or apologies that you had to find out this way. I'm exhausted.
And then she replied to say, may you both heal from this.
Waphendula ke esithi ke yanga nanga nobabini ke ninga philo kanye ke ningaphola koku.
Ewe waphendula kanjalo.
Yes, that's how she responded.
Then on the 4th of December, Judge Husi wrote 3 messages to you. Can we get the translation of those messages starting at 7:41?
7:41 it reads as follows. Akuna kuthetha okuninzi ubona nje Dlomo. There is not even much to say Dlomo. The message is loud and clear. Dlomo still being referring to the clan name. The Madiba clan name.
And the following message?
Bagele sopicho umonakalo ucace cha. It's understood, sopicho, the damage is very much evident.
And the following message? Oh, that's the
This
one I
message,
think-
this is a previous message that we
Yes.
interpreted.
The one on page 63.
Who we are, that is correct. The one that is found in page 1279.
Thank you. And that are the messages that you included as part of your complaint between you and Judge Husi.
Yiyo lena ke imiyalezo owaye wayifaka yaba ke inxalenye yesimangalo sakho phakathi kwakho ke kwinxoko yonayo kunye no Judge uKhusi.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
When did you lodge the complaint with the JCC?
Ukumangala kwakho kwi JCC kwenzeka nini?
Ndicinga uba kwakunge-7 kaDisemba
I think it was on the 7th of December, nyaka
2022.
2022.
Just explain to us what happened. Where were you when you lodged the complaint?
Cela ke usichazele uba ngaba ke kwenzeka ntoni, wawuphi xa wawumangala.
Kwanyanzeleka uba mandimke Eastern Cape ndize eGauteng.
I was forced to leave the Eastern Cape, or I had to leave the Eastern Cape and come to Gauteng.
Why did you have to leave?
Intoni eyanyanzelisa uba uhambe?
Kukuba iprivacy ne I'm trying to get my words right, Chair. Iprivacy nokhuseleko kwakucaca uba aluzoba khona xa ingabantu balapha eNational Office abazawuya pha eEastern Cape.
It was quite clear that there would be no privacy as well as safety if people from the National Office were to travel from here to the Eastern Cape.
Yes?
Ewe.
Ndabeke ndiyemka ngolo hlobo kwela phondo.
That is then how I left that province.
Ndazofika apha nge-6 zikaDisemba.
I arrived this site on the 6th of December.
Kwangale mini inye yaba yimini endandisendilindelwe ngayo kula office ka-DDG.
On that very same day, it was the day on which they were waiting for me in the DDG's office.
Ndifikile ke ndilindelwe ndabulisa ndaofarisha indawo yohlala.
I arrived there, they were waiting for me. I greeted and then I was offered a place, or they said to me, offered me a place to sit.
Undibuzile ngokwenzekileyo.
I was asked, or the person asked me about what happened.
Ndichazile ke ndiqala kwi-messages ezi zakuWhatsApp.
I explained, starting from the WhatsApp messages,
Ndazofika kule ndawo yale sisiganeko saseMthatha.
up until I reached the stage of the incident in Mthatha.
Uyithethile ke nento ethi awungowokuqala ukuza apha uthetha ngalo mntu umnye.
The person mentioned it and said, you are not the first person to come here and speak about this very same person.
Who is that person that told you this?
Ngubani lo wayithetha xa usithi uyithethile? Ngubani lo watshoyo?
Advocate Potgieter.
Advocate Potgieter.
Yes.
Ewe.
Undibuzile uba ndiyafuna nuqhubekeka nale complaint ndibhale i-affidavit.
Then asked me if I still wanted to proceed with this complaint and write an affidavit.
Nto leyo eza kwenza uba mayibe i-formal complaint kuba le process bendiqale ndayithatha ngu-informal.
Which would then constitute a formal complaint because what I had started was an informal one.
Yes.
Ewe?
Ndiphendulile ndimqinisekisa.
Sorry.
Sorry, where is this office that you're talking about?
Ipile office uthetha ngayo?
I-head office yethu ise-Midrand.
Our head office is in Midrand.
Office of the Chief Justice.
When you spoke of DDG, I had in mind Deputy Director General, which then takes me to the Department of Justice.
Xa usithi DDG ke loo nto yandiqinisa uthetha ngo-Deputy Director General, loo nto yandithatha ke yandisa e-DOJ.
Uxolo ngaloo nto ushekileyo, Chair.
Apologies for that, Chair.
Anyway, we understand now. It is here in Midrand at the office of the Chief Justice.
Siyayiva ke ngokuba kulapha eMidrand kwi-office ka-OCJ.
Kunjalo.
That is correct. Thank you.
So they requested if you wanted to go further and lodge a formal complaint by writing an affidavit, and what did you inform them then?
Wabuzwa ke uba ngabe uyafuna uqhubeka kusini na wenze ke ngoku i-complaint eformal ngobhala i-affidavit, waphendula ngelithini wena?
Ndamqinisekisa ngelithi ewe ndiyafuna.
I assured the person that indeed I wanted to do so.
Wandixelela ke nokuba bekukhona umuntu obezile osuka kula province ndisuka kuyo e-Eastern Cape.
I was also informed that there was someone who came from the very same province that I was coming from. That is the Eastern Cape.
All right, don't tell us what was told to you about other people. What did you do then after they asked you if you want to make an affidavit? Did you make an affidavit?
Ungathethi ke ngondiva emveni koba ubuziweke ukuba ngaba uyafuna kusini na ukwenza ingxelo efungelweyo i-affidavit, ingaba wayenza?
Ewe ndayenza.
Yes, I did an affidavit.
All right, how did you make this affidavit? Did you do it yourself or did someone assist you? What is the position?
Ingaba le ngxelo ifungelweyo lento ke kuthiwa i-affidavit wayenza njani? Wayenza ngokunokwakho okanye kunomuntu owakwenzela yona?
Ukhona umuntu owandincedisayo.
Someone assisted me.
Who?
Ubani?
Yayingu-secretariat welo xesha we-JSC uMiss Muretle. Miss Muretle ukutlwana.
It was the secretariat of the JSC at the time, Miss Muretle Kutlwana.
did you write the affidavit yourself, or how did it happen?
Ingaba wayibhala ngokunokwakho okanye kwenzeka kanjani?
zange ibhalwe ndim mna ndandithetha kuba ndandi-emotional inguye otayiphayo.
I did not write it myself. I was conveying because I was emotional and the person was typing.
Did you give her any proof to accompany your complaint at that stage?
Ingaba bukhona kusini na ubungqina owamnika bona ukuxhasa isimangalo sakho ngelo xesha elo?
Ndandimane ndityhila ifowuni yam ndimbonisa ngale nto siyibhalayo.
I would take out my phone and show the person my phone referring to what we were writing about, or showing the person what we were writing about.
Did you only show it to her on your phone, or did you at any stage give it in a hard copy, for instance, for her?
Ingaba wawumbonisa efonini yakho kuphela okanye kukhona apho uyisave khona umzekelo ke i-hard copy?
Ndandimbonisa efowunini uzoyifumana yena eyinikwa ndim ngosuku olulandelayo, which is the 7th of December 2022.
I was showing the person on the phone, then sorry, uzoyifumana is ngumuntu ongibhinqileyo ngumuntu oyindoda?
Ngumntu obhinqileyo.
She only received it now the following day when she was getting it from me on the 7th.
How did you give it to her?
Wamnika njani?
Bendithatha i-screenshot apha efowunini yam kodwa ndithumele kwi-email address yakhe aprinte.
I would take a screenshot from my phone, then forward it to her email address. She would then print.
Do you know what happened to this affidavit after you completed it?
Unalo na ulwazi lokuba ngaba kwaye kwenzeka ntoni ngale ngxelo ifungelweyo emveni koba ngaba uyigqibile okanye niyigqibile?
Ewe ndinalo ulwazi.
Yes, I do know.
What happened?
Kwenzeka ntoni?
Wandiqinisekisa uba uChief Justice welo xesha ebesemchazele and uyilindele uzayisa kuye kwangalo mhla we-7 usisawube sibuye police station.
She assured me that the Chief Justice of the time, or the person who was the Chief Justice at that time, she had informed him, he was waiting for it, she was going to take it to him as soon as we returned from the police station.
Why did you go to the police station?
Kwakutheni ize niye police station?
Sasiyocommissionisa i-affidavit.
To have the affidavit commissioned.
Did all this still happen on the 6th of December?
Yonke lento yenzeka ngomhla we-6 kuDisemba.
Nge-7 kaDisemba.
No, on the 7th of December.
Nge-6 besisenza i-affidavit sayigqiba sekulate kakhulu.
On the
Nge-7
sorry, gqibezela.
nge-7 ndamnika ke ngoku ezi-annex charges lapha kule complaint.
On the 6th, we were busy with the affidavit and we finished it very late. And then on the 7th, that's when I then gave her the annexures that are forming part of the complaint.
And when did you go to the police? At the 6th or the 7th?
Naya nge-6 okanye nge-7 emapoliseni.
Saya nge-7
We went to the police on the 7th.
After it was commissioned and you emailed the WhatsApp to Ms. Kutlwanu, do you know what happened to your complaint?
Emveni koba ngaba ke i-affidavit lena yathi ke ya commissioner wase umnika ke ngoku annexures ezimisku ingaba uyazi bakwaye kwenzeka ntoni ngesimangalo sakho?
Ndagqibela ngexesha athi uzayisa ngokwakhe in person ku-Chief Justice.
The last I knew was when she informed me that she was going to personally take it to the Chief Justice.
Did you take a copy of the complaint with you?
Ingaba unekopi na wena yesimangalo esi owayithathayo okanye owahamba nayo wena?
Azange ndibe nayo ikopi endihamba nayo.
No, I did not have a copy that I took with me.
Is that the complaint that we are busy dealing with now?
Ingaba siso eso isimangalo esi si thetha ngaso ngoku?
Ewe siso esi simangalo sithetha ngaso.
Yes, it is the complaint we are dealing with now.
The reason why I asked that is because the date on the complaint we have here is, and the date on your affidavit is dated 12 January 2023. Can you explain why the affidavit was stamped only in January 2023?
Unobangela ukuba ngaba ke ndikubuze oko kungoba ke istampu apha ke noma ke idate elapha ithi 12 January 2023 ungacacisa ke uba kutheni inala date yange 12 ka January?
Ewe ndingacacisa.
Yes, I can explain.
Please do.
Ewe.
Ndaye ndafumana i-phone call from uKutlwano.
I received a phone call from Kutlwano.
Endixelela ukuba i-complaint yami ebesindiyisubmithile has been misplaced, andazi misplaced uxolotshe uba uthini ngesiXhosa.
Informing me that my complaint has been misplaced. I'm using this English word because I don't know what misplaced is in isiXhosa.
Kungalunga ke ngoko ngokukhawuleza uba ndingaphinde ndenze enye i-complaint okanye i-affidavit ndithumele ndifake neza annexures.
It would then be of assistance if I were to expeditiously then lodge another complaint, or sorry, make another affidavit as well as attach the annexures.
And this complaint, then this affidavit that you made then, did you then make the affidavit by yourself or did someone else assist you again?
Ingaba ke ngoku le, referring now to the second one.
The second one, the one that we have currently before us.
Le ke ngoku uyenzile ke ngoku soyenze kwesibini, ingaba wazenzela okanye kukho umuntu owakuncedisayo ukuyenza?
Ndazenzela.
I made it myself.
Once you reach a convenient point.
Yes, thank you. Did you add anything to this second affidavit or deleted anything in this second affidavit?
Ngaba kukhona kusini na owakongezayo kule yesibini ingxelo efungelweyo okanye owaye wakukhupha wacima wakudelete?
Zange kubekho into njalo.
No, there was nothing of that sort.
And how did you get the complaint here in Midrand? Let me ask you that. When you received this phone call, where were you?
Ngelixesha ke ufumana lo mnxeba lona wawuphi wena?
Ndandisebenzela kulaa nkundla yaseGqeberha iphakamileyo.
I was stationed at the Gqeberha High Court. It is now Port Elizabeth High Court.
And how did you get the complaint here in Midrand again?
Ukuba ke ngoku isibangalo eso kanye ke affidavit leyo ifika apha eMidrand, wayizoyifikisa njani apha?
Ndaye ndayithumela ngecourier.
I couriered it.
Did you ask Ms. Kutlwane if she didn't have a copy of the complaint with her?
Ingaba wambuza na okanye wambuza kusini na uKutlwano lona ba Wayengenayo na ikopi yesisimangalo kuye.
And I'm talking about the initial complaint.
Ndithetha ngaleya yokuqala.
Before ndenze le complaint okanye le affidavit, ndimxelele ukuba kuba ikopi ndingenayo andiyazi banza yenza kanjani le affidavit ngoba ikopi andinayo.
Before making this complaint or this affidavit, I then mentioned to her that because I do not have a copy, I don't know as to how was I going to go about making this affidavit or complaint.
Watsho wathumela pro forma of the affidavit.
She then sent a pro forma of the affidavit.
What I'm actually asking you is, didn't you ask her why she did not keep a copy of the complaint that was now, according to her, what was told to you, misplaced?
Eyona nto ndibuza kuwe yokokuba ngaba ke awuzange umbuze kusini na ubangaba ke waye kokutheni engazange agcine ikopi okanye zange agcine ikopi kusini na iyalena icomplaint ebesithi ke ngoku misplaced or ilahlekile.
Azange ndimbuze kuba yonke into besiyenza sobabini bengenobeka icala kuye nami bendirongo.
No, I did not inquire about that from her because it was both of us who were doing it. So I could not just place the blame on her doorstep. I was also in the wrong.
And then you completed the pro forma form.
Why gcwalisa ke la pro forma wena wawuthunyelwa?
Ewe ndayigcwalisa.
Yes, I completed it.
I think this is an opportune time to then stop today's proceedings.
Hello? Sorry, Chair, you said, we just lost here as to what exactly systematically we're dealing with when we call something an initial complaint, and we know now she put a pro forma and sent it. And I think the evidence leader and the witness are at cross purposes about where exactly we are, about the pro forma one she sent and the one you're talking about. When she says they were both to blame, but you were asking that Kutlwano did not give the copy. I just thought you'd clarify that for us.
There are a few other aspects, even immediately prior to that, which I think need some bit of clarification. Can we do that tomorrow morning, though, when our minds are still fresh at 9:30? We may have to go a step, 1 or 2 steps back.
Ikhona nje imiba ezobanga ke sibuyele nje umva kuyo zikhona nje izinto ke ezingacacanga kodwa lonto ke uthi uche masiyenzeni kusasa ke qala emva kwensimbi ye-12.
We'll adjourn until tomorrow 9:30.